in the group placement. Now, you might ask, well, what do those points correspond to? Are there prizes involved other than the candidate spots? And the answer is that yes, there are. The winner receives a very handsome sum of 24,000 euros, with the runner-up, Ketty, getting 18,000. Pretty nice prizes on top of those spots.
Yeah, that's a really nice prize fund we have here. And even if you have the worst tournament, you might get, you'll get 5,000 euro guarantee. So the total prize fund for the each legs are 150,000 euros. And we do have some of the leaders already in those 4 groups. And let's take a look. After 4 rounds in the group A, Nakamura is keeping leader's position with half a point ahead of Grishuk and Esipenko. And in group B, here we have a bit of tie between Wojtaszek and Dossi for already last rounds. And their last game ended also in a draw. In group C, we do have sole leader Aronian, who's having fantastic tournament. And Gujarati Dubov and Kmar has really good hard task to catch him and stop him. And in group D, we do have Wesley So just beating Dominguez last round, and he is a sole leader and leading the group with 3 points ahead of Dominguez and Hari Krishna.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people having a great tournament, including Levon. Nobody has guaranteed themselves first place in any of the groups, so a lot to play for and a lot to watch. And remember to go to go.chess.com/FIDE GP 2022, all one word, all one link, to get more information about the format, about the standings. That is your go-to place for all information. And also, do not forget to vote on the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the results. Don't procrastinate, because Ketty, voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so please do not miss out.
Yeah, only 10 moves, and as we have seen, they're playing really fast that first couple of moves. So guys don't have much of time. Go ahead, do it right now. And Dania, we also did some of the fantasy teams, me and Robert, and I can say that my fantasy team is doing really good with Nakamura and Wesley So. So what do you think? Who's gonna get the first leg? Who's gonna get these 2?
I think Hikaru and Aronian. I mean, Hikaru and Aronian have been having phenomenal events, and I was analyzing Aronian's win over Vincent Keimer with a student, and he just seems to be in phenomenal form. But you know, whoever I say, I'm going to end up jinxing Ketty, so I'm going to hold my tongue for now. And let me think about that question as we go on a very short break. Watching the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. The games will begin on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022 round 5. The players are right now getting ready for the round to start. I see that there's like 2 minutes before the first moves, Dania, but before that, let's take a look at today's matchups. And
Indeed.
you can see. In Group A, we have Nakamura Grishuk. This game gonna be a fire, I think.
I can't wait for Nakamura Grishuk.
Last chance for Grishuk to catch like Nakamura, right?
Yeah, I mean he's playing black. Hikaru is incredibly solid to the white pieces, but we all know what Alexander is capable of, and he's going to be playing uncompromising chess. And that's what we're really going to be seeing among all of the games of the leaders. Keimer, he has the white pieces against Levon. I mean, that's not going to be an easy game either.
Absolutely. We have seen the game between them in the end game. Levon completely outplayed Keimer, and me personally, I expect something crazy preparation from Keimer from the opening, because he knows that he should not go in the end game against Aronian.
Yeah,
just
no queen trades, no queen trades. And Alexei Shirov, I'm a big Shirov fan. I'm not going to hide that. Shirov's style. His books fire on board. That is what he does. Unfortunately, not his tournament this time, although he's had an incredible string of events. I think a lot of people, Ketty, don't realize that Shirov was about 2650, and now he's over 2700 at his age. That's crazy. And he's going to be trying to turn this tournament around against Wesley.
Absolutely. Wesley beat him in the first game, and that was the first win of Wesley So. Before that, he made 2 draws, and we're thinking that maybe Wesley So was not in his best shape, but he proved the other way. Today, this game will be also very important. Dominguez also has some chance to catch up Wesley So. He's playing against Hari Krishna, who is the replacement of another participant, but he seems to have very solid tournaments, 4 draws in a row for Hari Krishna. Today he's facing Dominguez. And in Group B, we do have here Wojtaszek and Fedosev. This match is so important for these 2 players, as they are both leading the groups, sharing first, second places, and they made draw in the first game.
Wow. Yeah, this is lots of interesting and very important matchups today. And we will definitely keep an eye on Nakamura Grishuk, Shirov So, Wojtaszek Fedosev, Keimer Aronian. We'll have plenty of games to jump around between as this all-important 5th round gets underway any second.
So let's get now the clock on my time on my screen says it's 3 p.m. Central European time, which means that we're going to receive a first moves really quickly. And what's your predictions today in the game of Nakamura Grishuk? What's going to be d4, e4, knight f3?
Well, I think it's a good question. I mean, the thing is, if Hikaru goes e4, I think it's important to understand that e4 is almost the more solid move these days, whereas d4 is the move that's often played for a win, because you can't play the Berlin against d4. And there we go. Hikaru playing d4. And Kenny, I think Hikaru, he wants to win this game and end this group and not have to worry about tomorrow. So I don't think he's making a quick draw or anything of that sort.
Yeah, and he feels that he's in good shape. The games we have seen so far was beautifully played by him, and he's showing best shape in tactics. And in the previous game, he was, I think, also a little bit saved. But we have seen his interview after the game, and he said he did not try to continue to play. But Bakro had really good chances to, bring more complications into the game. Here we have this King's Indian.
I love it. I mean, I don't know if you know, but I'm a huge King's Indian fanatic. That's all I've played for my entire chess career. So go Alexander. Awesome. Like the choice. And I'm not rooting for anyone, just in terms of the opening choice. As Hikaru going bishop e2. Which is a very flexible move. Now, usually black castles in this position, and then, white could play knight f3 to get into the main line, or white could play the Averbach system. And, it would be amazing if Hikaru plays the Averbach, bishop g5. You know why? Guess who turned 100 years old yesterday and became the oldest living I think the only internationally titled player to hit 100, Yuri Averbach, Russian grandmaster. Unfortunately, Hikaru not playing bishop g5, going instead for the modern system with bishop e3, but still, just figured it's good to put that out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. And yesterday when I saw all this posts on the birthday wishes to all this grandmaster Levin, I was like, oh wow, chess can not only stress you, but also give you a lifetime.
Absolutely.
200 years.
And he's been active too. I saw him in a recent Russian TV show in his late 90s. Very, very impressive by Yuri. Now, this system with bishop b3, Ketty, it's been gaining popularity in recent years and in recent super tournaments. What's the idea? Well, the point, I think, is that if black plays that conventionally, like one would normal King's Indian, after e5, I actually think e5 is not considered the best move here. After d5, it's difficult for black to get things going on the king side, because you can't play knight g4, you can't play knight h5, and well, generally white's got this knight on f3 already. White could use the fact that he hasn't developed the knight on f3 to play moves like g4 or even h4 and get things going on the king side himself. So knight c6, I think, is considered the topical move here.
I love that idea to see g4, h4, because we're going to have a lot of fun as spectators, viewers, fans, and the commentators. And clearly, just to develop these bishops first, it shows that white is not going to allow black to push this very typical idea of black f5 and start to attack the king side. I do play King's Indian with white, and I can admit that either I win the game or I lose very bad. So that's why I'm so excited to see this game, because it's going to be a result here for sure.
Absolutely. I think this is very promising. Let's have a look at our bird's eye view, Ketty, and take a look at some of the other positions. We have, what do we have? We have Hikaru Nakamura. We've got, that's sort of a Nimzo Indian. Does anything catch your eye?
As I see, all of them are pretty much theoretical lines. Even the game of Shirov and Wesley So, the quiz are off the board, but this is so well known in the game that even I know this. I'm not a 45 player, but I know it.
Please don't tell me that's a Berlin. I think it's a Berlin.
We have seen a lot of Berlin so far at this event.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, given where it's being held. So I'll give Alexei and Wesley a pass. They're honoring the city in which the tournament is being played. Let's go to, there's a very funny game between Hare Krishna and Dominguez where black is already thinking on move 4, which is not so common in modern chess.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's an elephant.
This is Sicilian. And after bishop c4, is that because black has here several options, or he just needs to figure out how to set up the pieces? Because Alapin is not the opening you play every day.
No, Alapin really is not a popular guest at the highest level, but compounded with that is the fact that this move bishop c4, Ketty, I'm going to make a confession. I've never seen bishop c4 here. I mean, the main move, of course, as many people are going to know, is d4. White can also start with the move knight f3, and then after knight c6, play d4. Or I've seen bishop c4 in this position, but not in this position. And I think neither is Lenier, because what could be the idea of developing the bishop so early? Now, generally, the move knight b6 is the way that black meets bishop c4. And then after bishop b3, I mean, I'm sure that this could transpose into a main line. If black plays knight c6, or perhaps white just wants to play knight f3, but maybe Hare Krishna has some other idea in mind. And the alternative for Lenier is just to go e6 here and support the knight. Here, I think Hare Krishna will definitely go d4, and this is just one of the most conventional lines of the Alapin, but maybe not the line that Lenier wants to play. So there's some move order issues here, and Hare Krishna is no joke in terms of his opening preparation.
Yeah, I was also checking really quickly how much bishop c4 is popular, and it's less popular than d4 and knight f3 seems to be very popular, and I can see that d4 has been played 11,000 times, and bishop c4 has been played about 500.
Wow.
Just like that.
Straight up move 4. I mean, not a novelty, but this is as rare as it gets. And Lenier, Ketty, very uncharacteristic loss to the white pieces 2 days ago, I guess, against Wesley. Really strange game from Lenier. So he's going to be looking to rebound. He just doesn't lose like that very often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. He's showing so nice preparation for this event, and he started to play so solid just before the game when he lost against Wesley. So that was the previous round.
It happens, but he's going to be trying to rebound. Let's go back to our bird's eye view as Lenier ponders his fourth move. Well, shall we have a look at a game of one of the leaders? Perhaps we can go to the Wojciech Fedoseev game.
Let's go there.
Okay, and let's review how they've reached this isolated queen pawn position. Okay, so this was a queen's gambit decline by transposition. Bishop e7, and now this bishop f4 system. Okay, castles e3. This is all very theoretical. White playing the move a3. Not as familiar with this move, Kitty. a3. I thought white generally plays c5 here, but okay. c5, and now we have a trade on d5 and then a trade on c5. And this position has been reached. What do you make of this?
The previous match, I remember that Wojciech was holding the position with isolated pawn against Richard Rapport, and he wasn't having a good time. He was the one who was always guarding that pawn, and maybe he's like, hey, it's really good to play against isolated pawn, so why not to be the side who now plays against it? Yeah,
switching roles here. Well, you know, what bothers me slightly is that white is not castled and black is castled. Fedoseev is just so incredibly good at punishing this kind of play. We saw in his game against Oparin, you know, the slightest chance to get an attack. And I've been good friends with Vladimir for many, many years. He's always been so impressive in his ability to conduct the initiative and to attack. So if I'm Radislav, I'm thinking about how to castle quickly here.
Yeah, and bishop e2 comes to my mind, just to run next move and castle on the short side.
Yeah, I guess black might respond with bishop f6 here. So bishop e5 is another suggestion here to try to take the sting out of bishop f6. And then, okay, I mean, black can play bishop f5, for example, bishop e2, and now the engine likes bishop f6 anyway. And even though white can castle here, in fact, probably white should castle, this seems very, very equal-ish. I mean, takes. Now black can chase that knight with queen f6. So in return for the isolated queen pawn, black has a lot of piece activity. So I think that balances everything out.
Yeah, and I kind of have a feeling that the move a3 might cause this for white, that it was not... he delayed to castle on the short side, and this a3 actually avoids bishop b4 checks, but black anyway decided to capture with a knight, so there's not such a check coming. And in all these lines that which she showed, b2 pawn seems to be black's target.
Yeah, and by the way, you called it, bishop e2 has been played, and I agree completely. I think black has several possible ways to attack this b2 pawn. Bishop f6 you mentioned as a possibility, and then we might very well see bishop f6, bishop e5 on the board. But there's another way of attacking the b2 pawn, which is queen b6. You see this move pretty often in these lines, and it induces the move b4. Then you often see this knight getting back to e6, and ultimately the point for black might be to try to get d4. I mean, bishop f6 followed by d4 would be the ideal scenario, but of course, white could prevent that with a move bishop e5. Okay, now black can play a5 to hit the b4 pawn. So it's a very positionally complex situation, and there's a tactical component to it as well, as long as white hasn't castled.
Yeah, can be some checks. There can be some sacrifices. Here after bishop f6, can I suggest here move like queen c2 to guard b2 pawn and also attack the knight on c5 and hope to win some tempo?
Yeah, queen c2 makes a lot of sense. It hits the knight, and then probably I would go knight e6
Mhm.
And okay, you kind of have to move the bishop, because if white allows black to take the bishop, then white's got these doubled f pawns. But the problem, I think, might be that after bishop g3, I'll go d4,
Yeah.
and once black goes d4 and rids himself of the isolated queen pawn, you can think about the dark squared bishops. Black's bishop is probably better placed. So I think here, yeah, maybe white can go rook d1 and try to cause problems, but I'm a
Queen
little
a5
bit
comes with
skeptical.
a
Yeah,
check. Yeah.
that's exactly right. Probably white is not in huge trouble after queen d2, but Vladimir would be very happy with, like a solid draw
Mhm.
with the black pieces here. We remind you
Mhm.
that both of them are leading, are co-leading their group.
Yeah, and Dania, as we have these two leaders, and we're actually very, very close to end the group knockout stage. If the players share first two places in the group and they tie the result, then we're gonna have additional day where they're gonna play additional games, but it's gonna be last time on the clock, so different time control, and they will start with rapid time control. And yes.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that probably Vladimir is more suited for is more satisfied with a tiebreaker than Radoslav. That would be my guess, but of course they're going to play the position.
Yes. And the player who plays better fast chess, rapid, or blitz chess can have huge advantage in the tiebreaks.
Massive. Absolutely massive. I mean, world championships, the last couple of world championships have largely been decided by rapid. So that would be a very, very important day. Shall we return to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other key positions?
Yeah, the game of Vincent Kemmar and Levon Aronian got my eyes, because look at this crazy situation. Too many pieces in the center.
And I guess they're following some sort of theoretical line. And Ketty, you said something, I think, that is exactly what's happening. I think Vincent, he's going to be mad. He lost the kind of game to Levon, with the black pieces that's going to be published in magazines and analyzed. And the great thing about a double round robin is that you do have that chance for revenge. And how do you even go about beating Aronian? Well, it needs to start with monster opening preparation. So we had a Rogozin. Queen a4 check, which is one of the possible lines. This doesn't win the bishop. This is a totally legitimate line. The point is that white induces knight c6 to make it harder for black to play c5. So this is actually a positional line. Okay, e3, castles, bishop d, or queen back to c2. Queen e7 looks pretty reasonable so far. Now things explode. Takes, boom. d5, and now Ketty, queen c5. Yeah. Okay, that's not a move you see every day, counterattacking the bishop. And now knight e4 by Vincent. Wow. What is happening here?
Yeah, it's so crazy, because it was Aronian who made this decision to take c4 pawn, right? And because I see it's not the most popular line here, and they're like bishop d7 there, and black first tries to develop all the pieces, connect the rooks, because he allows white to capture pawn back from f1, which we know that's better. And after this, he right away goes with e5, attacks the center, calls for d5, which looks so natural move, and now after queen c5, attacks the bishop. And I'm sure that he's ready for knight e4, because this move looks the move that you're considering as the first candidate move.
Well, it's pretty natural. I mean, the last thing you want to do is give up your light squared bishop. Now, white can technically take this pawn on e5, but in the absence of the light squared bishop, white's just left with a bunch of weak light squares, and this kind of position just doesn't look appetizing at all. So the question is, well, what does black do after knight e4? Well, my guess is that knight takes e4 is going to happen, and then after queen takes e4, it's funny, the engine was briefly suggesting the ridiculous knight d4 intercepting the queen and the bishop, and I guess it makes sense. And now look at this line. Okay, white has to play knight takes e5 to defend the bishop. Black takes on d2, gets the king out into the open, now gives another check on before the king tucks back on c1, and you get this absolutely wild, irrational position where supposedly black has full compensation for the pawn, due to the fact that white's king is really precarious and the knight's returning to d6, an excellent blockading square. Takes has happened.
Position.
Moment of truth.
Yeah, 94 we might see it on the board. And it can be the other way, like Aronian had very good preparation in the opening, and Vincent Keimer now walked into the opening preparation of Levon Aronian.
It's possible. There's also 97, by the way. The more conventional move here would be 97. And here the point is that grabbing the pawn is very inadvisable because of the immediate bishop f5 developing with tempo. So if black goes 97, then white is best advised to just castle. And black can still play bishop f5, but now it's a little bit easier to deal with this move now that white is castled. I guess queen takes e5. And look at this line. Queen takes c4. Looks like white has blundered a bishop, but in comes the rook ac1. And I don't even know what's going on here. What a crazy position. Jesus.
It is indeed. Everything is just hanging, and nothing is hanging too at the same time.
Right.
The pieces are guarding each other.
That's exactly right. Everything is defended, but everything is also kind of hanging. The rook coming into c7, the bishop on b4, almost lost. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, the first question is, where does Aronian go with his knight? I don't think, Ketty, that he's going to take on d2 first. I think the tension is favoring black. And the reason I say that is because as long as you have this tension, white has to think twice about castling.
Yeah, I agree with that. White has to really think here and use his time. Because if you made wrong decision here, it can cost you a lot.
The game
throughout the game, and Vincent Keimer is the one who knows it really good. What can be the outcome if he plays careless in this very tense position? Wow, what a game! What a start of a game!
Very combative start.
Tanya, can I suggest another game which is happening in the Dubov and FIDE? Seems to be
oh my goodness,
crazy.
Another ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have to take a look. So how did this all happen? Okay, so this started off as a semi-tarash, and the semi-tarash is this move c5, which you actually don't see every day anymore. But instead of taking on d5, white plays e3, which is considered to be the more tame move. And the interesting thing, Ketty, again, we see this move a3, kind of a la Wojciech. Okay, so we have a trade on c4. This almost transposes into a queen's gambit accepted via a very weird kind of roundabout way. b5, bishop a2, bishop b7, and now queen e2, cd4, rook d1. Now, I think this is still a pretty normal idea. And Ketty, you're the specialist in terms of whether this has occurred before. And now b4, attacking the knight from the other side. Of course, you can't take the knight because the queen is pinned and white wants to recover the pawn with interest. Okay. E takes d4 anyway, sacrificing a knight. Just another day in the office for Daniel Dubov. And here comes the pawn, d5. Wow. And then knight takes d5.
What's going on? What's going on here, really? Hold on. Can you please come back? I have so many questions. I'm sure our viewers also have a lot of questions here. First of all, why b4? Because your d4 pawn is hanging, your queen is pinned on this file, and your king is not even castled, and you need to develop the king side.
So that's a great first question. I think to answer the question of why b4, it's important to figure out, why isn't black just playing bishop b7, saying, I'm going to give up this pawn and I'm going to castle, everything's going to be fine? Well, as we discussed, in isolated queen pawn positions, you got to be very, very careful about this pawn break. Even though black is castled, that doesn't mean that he's out of the danger. I think people in the chat can see that a position like this is incredibly dangerous for black. White's got threats along the d file. White's got this queen that's pressuring the bishop. It's just not easy for black to parry these threats. And if you play a move like queen b6, boom, you've given up your bishop on e7. So that's where the danger comes from. Now, you might ask, well, how does b4 actually help with that? Well, I think the reason b4 is played is that after a takes b4, black is planning knight takes b4. And then if white just sort of stubbornly takes the pawn, well, guess what? Black eliminates this very, very important bishop. And how does that help? Well, it helps because it makes the move d5 a lot harder to achieve. The bishop on a2 was an integral part of this pawn breakthrough. So that is what I think Vidit was planning, but Dubov in his element, just sacrificing the knight in order to get this d5 break in, and Vidit deciding that he doesn't want to keep his extra knight. If he tries to keep his extra knight, Ketty, this is a complete disaster for Black. In fact, this is checkmate. This is literally checkmate.
It's funny
What a
looking
mate.
checkmate.
Oh, it is. And so Vidit saying, no, I'm not messing around with that pawn. Knight takes d5, rook takes d5, and material equality, well, piece equality has been restored. And currently Black has 6 pawns, White has 5. So material is approximately equal, but White has a very clear initiative here.
I love how Engine says that it's equal and the bar just stays there in the middle of the board, which is so hard to imagine this after all of these things. This position is equal because Black is 2 moves away, 3 moves away, because first he has to move out queen, then bishop, and then castle. And White has
Kenny? Black can sack
good...
the queen. What are you talking about? Black can give up the queen. It's not that important. Sorry, continue.
I'm sure Vidit is not planning to do that.
Maybe Mikhail Tolstoy. No, just kidding. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Queen c7 has to be played here. Queen c7 has to be played here.
Yes, and also in these kind of positions, what I have noticed is that the Black queen struggles to get the correct spot, because sometimes it can run into, for instance, if you go queen b6, maybe bishop e3, and White develops the pieces by the temples. So Black needs to find the accurate square for this queen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And if the queen goes to c7, which I think it should, if a rook appears on the c file, that might be a problem. Something hilarious after queen b6, the top engine recommendation is rook g5, just stopping the bishop from getting out of f8. This just represents how wild these positions are. You have these ridiculous rook lifts in the opening, which is great. So after queen c7, the rook isn't technically hanging. So I suppose that, White could restore material equality, but b takes e3, Ketty, is a really bad move, precisely because of what you said. After bishop e7, White is never going to be able to get a rook on the c file, and so the queen is going to be perfectly safe. Meanwhile, White's pawn structure, the queen side, is going to be terrible. So I think probably White should play rook d3 and try to reposition this rook onto the c file ASAP. And of course, if cb, bishop b2, well, then again, it's very difficult to get this bishop out because of the g7 pawn.
Yeah, and I don't really see how Black is going to develop the king side, because you cannot push f66, kind of hanging. And now I'm starting to think that rook g5 actually looks quite good looking, because this rook coming from g5, it stops Black's bishop to develop from f8, and you just get the rook on the very active line.
Yeah, we had a question in the chat about queen f6, but here, oh my goodness, look at this line. Bishop g5, get out, knight h4. Where is Black going with the queen? Oh, and Black can try the ridiculous move knight d4, counterattacking White's queen. And the point is that if you just carelessly take on d4, then Black can take on g5. But White doesn't have to do anything. White just steps back with the queen. And the Black queen is still hanging. You have to move it. You have c2, but now White just steps back and takes the knight, and White is up a full piece. So great question. And queen c7 has just been played.
Yeah. What a round we have here. Seems like the players had a good rest day.
Yep.
They charged their batteries, and they are now back with crazy lines and the variations.
And I love that, that way of thinking about it. I think definitely their batteries are charged, and you often see this kind of play post rest day. As we have a look at our bird's eye view here, we don't have to go to that game, but we see in Hikaru's game, there's that h4 move, Ketty. That's top left.
Let's get in there. Let's get in there. We'd love to see move h4, g4, h5, g5. Whatever happens on this first course, we need to see it.
Yeah, let's take a closer look. I kind of forgot for a second that Hikaru is the leader of one of the groups. So this is, of course, a crowd favorite game, Hikaru against Grishuk. And, first of all, Sasha has already spent, over 20 minutes, which is the most Grishuk thing ever. I would be surprised if he didn't do that.
Yeah, he was playing really fast last round, and we blamed the clocks being not accurate, and it was not Grishuk having so much time, but now he's back in his style.
So I was taught that this is not good for black. I was taught that you shouldn't play e5 in this line, as I had indicated before. I mean, Grishuk playing this very conventionally with the knight coming to c5, but after queen c2, I mean, again, the problem is that white is basically attacking on both sides of the board, Ketty, because, well, first of all, let's not forget about the move b4. And if you play a5, which is the typical King's Indian way to stop b4, I mean, white just plays h5 and says, I'm going to checkmate you on the king side.
Yeah. White can also start to push the pieces on the king side, and that's some situations. If the h file is open, bishop h6 comes to trade dark squares. And what you mentioned is that white can also control queen side, so not to allow black to have any kind of counterplay there. And center is closed, and you control both sides. What else you can ask in the opening?
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is contemplating his move here, but I think he's going to play queen c2. Yeah, he just did. And it's important to point out, one might ask, well, why didn't he play f3 here? Well, the reason he didn't play f3 is because of knight h5. And this gives up all these very important dark squares, which white, that's why white puts the bishop on e2, so that knight h5 and knight g4 are discarded. I guess after queen c2, black can play knight g4. But, even bishop takes g4 and then f3, with the knight absent from f6, black doesn't have the instrument of exploiting these dark squares. And after bishop d7, h5, white's gotten the engine rumbling on the king side.
Yeah, and what happens if black pushes f5 and says like, okay, I want to play a little bit too?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably how black has to play, I think. But I'm very skeptical of this, even as a King's Indian fanatic, because takes, and white can go long castle at any moment. And the problem is just that white's king is so incredibly safe here. Bishop takes c5 is also possible in some positions, just eliminating that knight entirely. And it's important to understand, I think, Ketty, that it's not checkmate in 3 moves, but it's just that when you have an open file like this, it's the long-term problems. Black has to constantly deal with problems for the next 30 moves, and he's gotten very little to show for it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, when you go to King's Indian and you compromise to have dark square bishop on g7 and then to have d6, e5 pawn, just locking that bishop, you're going to compromise on this compromise to push f5 and to have kingside attack. That's why King's Indian is so dangerous. And if you're out of this plan and if you're out of this attack, then that makes things just simple for white.
Yeah, Grishuk is out of an attack. I am out of coffee. So we need to remedy both of these things. Well, it looks like Grishuk might have to do some problem solving of his own, and I can't really help him with that, but I can help myself with the coffee situation. We're going to go on a short break. You're watching the FIDE Grand Prix 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying round 5. We will be back on the other side of this break.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th. That's this coming weekend right here on chess.com. But Ketty, right now we are watching the FIDE Grand Prix, and the games have gotten underway. What an incredibly exciting round 5 in the preliminary group stage we have.
I do love to see this energy from the players. It feels that they had a good rest day, and now they are back into the games. The games which we have seen so far, they are extremely interesting, but let's get to the game we have not covered yet, and that's Shirov Wesley. So I know you said I passed from here, but would you like to get there for some time? Maybe?
Yeah, let's go to the Shirov game, and then we have an interesting update in the FIDE game as well. But I want to look at the Shirov game first because Wesley is Wesley is the leader of his group, so we want to keep tabs on all of those games. Now, interestingly, okay, so Alexei is the one spending a lot more time. Wesley has almost all of his time remaining. Let's check out which line of the Berlin they followed. So king takes d8, h3, which is conventional. King back to e8, knight c3, h5. I mean, all of these moves I've seen before in the Berlin, maybe not necessarily in this order. Bishop f4, bishop b4. The knight drops back to e2. Of course, you don't really want to allow bishop takes c3 in these positions. Mm-hmm. Bishop e6, knight e to d4. We have a trade, and Wesley centralizing his bishop on d5. Yeah, I mean, pretty conventional Berlin position, Ketty. I'm definitely not a specialist, but probably Wesley is satisfied here given the time situation.
I have developed all the pieces, and seems like this is not too problematic opening for black, right? So the game should be fine here. But talking to this position and also this game, it's very interesting, not only for these two players, but also for the rest of players, because all the eyes and all the hope now is on Shirov, because if he's not the one who managed to get some points for Wesley So, then it will be on the last final round tomorrow, and Wesley will be unstoppable.
Yeah, and he'll have the white pieces tomorrow, so I find it incredibly hard to imagine that Wesley is going to lose. So yeah, this is, everybody in the group, of course, rooting for Alexei, but it just, I just don't see Wesley losing these types of positions. This is right up his alley. It's an end game. It's a solid end game. He knows the ideas, and Alexei is going to have a harder time creating fire on board in these positions. So I do have a story about that. Shirov is an incredibly underrated endgame player, and I remember many years ago, I had a camp with my former coach, Gregory Kaidanov. And this is the US chess school. It was happening every year. And at the end of the camp, Gregory assigned homework assignments to everybody. And, I was watching with jealousy as he assigned somebody, make a database of Bobby Fischer's queen sacrifices. And then another was look at Mikhail Tal's attacks. Wow, these sound great. Then he gets to me and he says, I want you to analyze Alexei Shirov's best endgames. Alexei Shirov's best endgames. Does Shirov even get to the endgame? I thought, what a terrible homework assignment. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But then I checked out Shirov's games, and I noticed that he is, believe it or not, a phenomenal endgame player. I ended up writing an article about it for chess.com, and he's just underrated in that regard. People think of him as this attacking juggernaut, but he can play endgames. Although I still think that in this particular endgame, Wesley is just so incredibly solid.
It's a beautiful story from your memories, and those who are not very good at the end games and they don't like to play in end games, chess.com has plenty of videos and exercises in the end games and article of yourself, Daniel. So you guys can just simply visit chess.com and go to the studies or videos and take a look at that.
Absolutely. So before we move on, I just like, what exactly is happening in this endgame? Well, I think the operative question here is whether can white get rid of these bishops, particularly the bishop on d5. Can you somehow get rid of that bishop? The computer is suggesting rook ac1, which is an interesting idea. I think preparing c4. But after rook d8, well, if you just sort of blindly play c4, then you walk right into bishop takes g2, discovered attack against the knight, winning a pawn. And so you probably are going to have to go rook fd1. But Keddy, now, I mean, among other things, black can play a move like bishop to e4, re-centralizing the bishop. And it's just a nasty position to try to play for white. White has to be careful not to start falling apart in the center.
Yeah, and you know, there is always the power of the paired bishop showing more in the end game, because one mistake will cost you a lot. If you open up some diagonals for those bishops, they will take advantage of it, and white has to be really careful.
Yes, absolutely. And Alexei taking his time in this critical position. We will keep an eye on this game, but for now, let's return back to our bird's eye view. And Keddy, if you don't mind, I do want to update everyone on this very interesting thing that's happening in the Dubov-Vidit game, because they are following, believe it or not, a game from Tata Steel 2022. So the position I have on the board right now, you might say, who are these people? Are they playing in the FIDE Grand Prix? They are not. This is a game from the Challenger section of the Tata Steel. And thank you to Bick for his amazing work in bringing this game up in a timely fashion. Now, what happened in this game? Well, Bieri going rook d3, and Ganguly is a noted opening expert, so not a surprise that that Vidit is following his game. Rook takes c3 castles, and things kind of calm down here a little bit. Keddy, and then, well, things were sharp. Oh, knight takes f7. I apologize, that didn't calm down. Boom, boom. Boom! Look at this, bishop takes h6. This is amazing. And the point is, if gh6, then queen g6 slicing through black's position, then you take the rook. And I think Bieri ended up winning this game. Actually, wait, let me see. No, white should be winning here, but ultimately, yes, Bieri did end up winning this game.
That's a funny decision from Dubov to choose this opening and to go against Indian gang, because as I know, they share a lot of, like, they very often have camps and training together, and he says, like, whatever, I'm gonna get this point because I love this game. I have seen this game, and I'm all the way. And Vidit, if you have seen that game too, do you remember there was knight g5, knight f7 sacrifice? That what I want to do to you.
So knight g5 happened in this position, right? And then, or were there another pair? No, and then Ganguly played h6, which is, you know, walks right into this idea. But it turns out that after something like bishop f6, which is a very hard move to play, because it allows white to lift the rook, for example, to h3. But apparently, well, among other things, black can play the move queen e5, throwing water onto the fire, because, of course, white would love to play queen h5, but he can't do that because you get mated. And white is really hamstrung by the weakness of the back rank, and essentially has to go for a queen trade, which, of course, is totally in black's favor. So I guess it's Vidit is an hour and 9 minutes, so maybe he remembers this game out of the corner of his eye. But maybe he doesn't. You know, it's also possible that they're just following this coincidentally. I wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, you know, Vidit had his tournament there. It was quite tough time at Tata Steel for himself, and maybe he had no time to take closer look to the game, which happened in Ganguly's. But I'm sure he knows, he remembers this happened to him, and maybe he's spending some time just to recall all the lines that back then happened. And there was very interesting line, bishop e3 was just played. Here, Daniil Dubov trusts with it that he knows what to play after knight g5. But there was one funny line, and I would like to share that. Like after knight g5, if white goes there, bishop f6 was really good move to attack the rook. But instead of this, if you play more like natural looking move, queen e5, to trade the queen now, attack the knight. This might jump into queen trade and maybe rook c7 to get this rook on the 7th rank, and a little bit unpleasant situation as you have to give up the pair of bishop.
Yeah, you're right on the money. This rook is really good. No, that's a good line. So queen e5 isn't always good. You kind of have to wait for the rook to get to h3 so that there's no rook c7. That's a good point. But yeah, bishop e3 has been played, which is a more standard developing move. I think Dubov trying to get his other rook onto the c file. And really that's going to be Vidit's big question here. If he can solve the problem of the knight, I mean, you can imagine how much pressure Black could get under if he allows rook a1 in the wrong version. So maybe positioning a rook on c8 and then dropping the queen to b8 makes some sense here. I would probably start with bishop f6 in either case. That just seems like a harmless move to throw in regardless of what Black does next. But you know, there's very complicated position, imbalanced pawn structure, and problems to solve for both players here.
Yeah, clearly white has not much to care here and has very clear plan. Rook to get on c file and attack this knight, and the black is one to just solve that issues. And it's up to David if he can find the most accurate way to do it. And so far what I have seen, Dubov is really choosing the safest path in the games, like just getting the positions when he has slightly better, just say pleasant, and then he trusts his opponent that if he remembers it, if he can solve it, then draw it's fine. Or I can get some nice position and I can win.
Yeah, and I mean, Daniel also had a tough tournament in Tata Steel. You know, and obviously there was drama around it. So maybe he's just saying, you know what, I'm going to take it a little bit easier this time. I'm going to play a little more conservatively. And I'm just going to get back to get back to basics, play more solid. That's totally viable strategy. So I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that Dubov is changing his style or he's no longer the player that he was. I think it really might be as simple as, hey, I'm maybe not in the greatest form. Let me take a little bit of a smaller risk and just try to get back to playing more solid chess.
Yeah, and Dania, he just recovered from COVID. We're repeating this in every round that it's so hard sometimes to recover from this virus, and very often you feel very tired in a few minutes or few hours. So this might be issues that Daniil Dubov right now is having.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we would of course wish him the best as he recovers from a case of COVID. Let's have a look once again at our bird's eye view. And well, what's going on here? Anything else catching your eye, Kate? I mean, there's the Hare Krishna Dominguez game, which is in a weird position. We can also take a look at Hikaru Nakamura. Where do you prefer to start?
Yeah, what I say first was Hare Krishna Dominguez and the move h3. This is a move you delay your development. And Tanya, please explain us why one side decides to not to develop knight first, but to play h3 move.
So first of all, I should point out that they didn't exactly transpose into a conventional line. So Lenier did end up going knight b6 after that weird bishop c4 move, bishop e3, knight c6, and now knight f3 would transpose into conventional territory, but instead we have the immediate d4 trade. Black counter strikes with d5. I mean, it's completely sensible, of course. Bishop drops back to c2 to prevent Black's light squared bishop from developing. And this ultimately is why I think white plays h3. Hare Krishna is mounting a campaign against the development of Black's light squared bishop. He's trying to make it hard to develop that bishop to an active square. Now, you might ask, well, how does h3 help with that? Well, if you play knight f3, you allow knight takes c2, queen takes c2. Now the bishop has a very convenient developing square on g4, and then Black can lock up the center with e6. As it stands, it is true that Black can play bishop d7, but Ketty, that's obviously a much more passive square than g4. So Pentala not too worried about his development because the center is pretty closed, and he'll get his knights out in the very near future. I quite like the way that he's playing, and Lenier has taken a lot of time here. 10 moves haven't even been made.
And what happens if Black is very stubborn with the idea to develop the bishop on f5 and plays g6 here?
Yeah, g6 makes a lot of sense. I was just thinking about that as you said, as you were talking. And I guess White has to just develop. No, this is a very sensible idea. And then bishop f5. I guess the point is that after queen e2, okay, so this is interesting because Black's not really going to play e6 here. That's not very appealing to play e6 and g6. I mean, look at these dark squares. But if Black fianchettos, then his other bishop is going to be in pretty bad shape here. It's just going to be biting on granite. So I guess it's the case of a tale of two bishops. One of them is going to be bad in either case. Pretty high level positional stuff here from Hare Krishna.
Yeah, and also itself, this bishop on f5 might be good looking bishop, but Black has to always look for g4 moves, not to trap that one on f5. So yeah, if not g6, can now Black simply try to develop the pieces? First, take the light square bishop, and then try to play e6 and to develop these pieces there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dominguez should just pretend that this is a French and he wanted this all along, you know. The French is a pretty solid opening, so, well, I don't know about that. I guess Hess would disagree with me. But yeah, bishop d7, bishop b7, and maybe later the bishop could migrate on over to b5 when the circumstances change. Of course, White's going to have a knight on c3, so not immediately. But, you know, I think Black's position is incredibly solid here, and Black has the two bishops. Rook can come to c8. So I don't think Dominguez is worse here, but it is possible that he's not necessarily too comfortable with this type of structure. And ultimately, preparation at the highest level isn't just about getting the best objective position, but it's about knowing the structures, knowing the typical ideas better than your opponent.
Yeah, I agree with that. I very often play this kind of positions, and sometimes I feel that light square bishop is gone. I don't have an issue on the king side because there is not bishop h7 sacrifices anymore, and bishop and queen cannot pair up to attack my king. But I have lost several games just because I was too relaxed with that, and White can still start some sort of attack on the king side, first developing the castling and knight f3. Rook can get on e1, e3, and then g3. So there are still some ideas that Black cannot fully relax right after capturing the light square bishop.
For sure. No, you're absolutely right. The attack can still very much happen, and Lenier is taking his time. We'll keep an eye on how this game unfolds. Let's transition back on over to our bird's eye view. And we have a lot of moves in the Hikaru game. It looks like Hikaru has pushed his pawn all the way to h6. But we also have a lot of other interesting games. There's Hikaru Aronian. Ketty, do you want to go to the Hikaru game first, or shall we stop by Hikaru Aronian over on the bottom left of the screen?
I can also suggest to see Etienne Bicro and Andreas Pingo, because we have not covered that at all. And maybe very quickly we can take a look at that game and then switch to others.
Sounds like a plan. Let's switch over to that game. And Etienne, of course, is a household name at the highest levels. He has dropped a lot of rating in recent years, but that doesn't mean he's not dangerous. And he showed that against Hikaru. As you said, the black piece is very impressive preparation in the French, and Hikaru was in a lot of danger for a lot of the game. So this is a Rue Lopez. Bishop b3, castles, and now the move a4. That's an anti-martial. c3, d5 leads to the martial attack. Okay. b4, d4, d6. This is all very, very standard. We have a trade on e5. a queen trade, knight d2, and Kenny, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of this is still very much within theoretical waters, I want to say.
Can take a look, very quick look of that. But as they're playing quite fast, all these moves, I can also agree with that. And yeah, I can see that this is still in theory. There have been several games at this point, and I see bishop e3 was played here.
Yep. Now, it should be pointed out that knight takes c4 always loses to bishop d5 in these types of positions. Okay, so how did those games? Did bishop take c3, I guess, and then maybe bishop b7?
Yeah, bishop e3 was captured, rook takes e3, and then here we have two ways to continue the game. First is h6 to avoid knight g5, because the bishop from b3 just scans the pawn on f7. Another is bishop e6. So both ideas, both moves are against knight g5 and against light square bishop.
Yeah, bishop e6 makes a lot of sense. Again, you can't take on e5 because the bishop takes b3 and exposes the attack on the knight. And, I think in these positions, generally white is considered to be a little bit better because black's pawn structure is just a tad flimsy. There's this square on c4 that if white occupies with his knight, well, that's just a great general kind of square. So white can go b3 and fix black's pawns. But I see that there's a line here where black goes rook c6 pretty quickly and tries to apply early pressure on the c2 pawn, which of course is a long-term weakness. So I think the likeliest result for this game is a draw, but this endgame is still full of life. It's not fair to say that this is just a symmetrical position and it's a draw 100% of the time. Not at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
Yeah. There can be some issues for both sides here. I was thinking like why to play bishop e3 and why to trade here pieces, because I thought like after h3 white can play the knight g5 or bishop g5 and be very active rook d1, but in that case after h3 black can also play h3, stop you, come in bishop g5, knight g5, and after all you have to play bishop e3, and that's the best square. Like you don't want to play bishop d2 because this bishop is passive there and it's nothing, and in the end you have to come up with a position where the dark square bishops are off the board and you have that pieces remaining on the board.
Yeah, I'm expecting bishop e3 for sure. I agree. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Etienne handles this endgame as he tries to climb out of the bottom of his group. Let's quickly switch back to our bird's eye view, but I think
yes, do you see king on d2? Do you see king on d2?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And yeah, Aronian, let's go there.
It's happening. It is happening, Ketty. Okay, so Levon, and what's interesting is that we considered the move knight d4, and instead Levon going knight e7, but still very similar position was reached, and Vincent taking on e5, which I kind of criticized when we looked at this for the first time. But of course, I didn't look at this too carefully. Takes d2, king takes d2. Now queen b4 check by Levon. And here Vincent is currently thinking, but I mean, his move is absolutely forced. You have to play king c1, otherwise you lose everything. And among other things, well, black can play a relatively straightforward move, just maybe bringing the rook into the game. I do not envy Vincent here. This is just a hard position to play with this king on c1 being as weak as it is.
And the look on a1 will be stuck forever, and black here can try to open up the c file, pushing c6. Rooks will get into the game, and the question is how Vincent feels so safe in this position.
Well, I don't know if he does. And one case in point is if white goes e4, it looks impressive, but black has this very powerful response knight g6. Well, what is the idea? Well, if you take on g6, the bishop on c4 has lost its defender. Guess what? This white would have had knight e7 check were it not for the weak king, which is in check. And if you play queen takes f5, then after knight takes e5, queen e5, queen c4, again, it looks like the trades benefit white, but they don't. After rook f8, white's whole position collapses instantly because e4 is going to fall and then d5 is going to fall. So this is not a panacea, the move e4. And I wouldn't overstate the case. I think white is probably fine here objectively, and the engine confirms that. But he already has to be very, very careful. This is definitely not what Vincent was looking for out of the opening.
Yeah, it's so hard to play this. Like with the rook being on a1, the king on c1, that's just a very bad looking setup. And Kemar is still thinking after check, and is there a way he's considering to play king e2 and after captured on b2, get ready for this? Yes, king f3.
That's the only other thing he, I think, could be thinking about. Now we have the benefit, the engine in such positions is totally merciless. And this, our familiar move, knight g6, our old friend, is again totally crushing. Because again, if you take the bishop, then you lose 2 of your minors. And if you take on g6, upon closer inspection, after f takes g6, that the game is over. I mean, look at this f file and what's happening on it. White has 1 check exactly. After king h8, white is out of ideas. And the bishop's going to drop back and expose a devastating discovery against the queen, which can't move because queen takes f2 is simply checkmate. I mean, no more and no less. That's just mate. So white loses the queen.
Simply checkmate. So white is getting through that lines, and this means that king c1 here is pretty much forced move to be played.
Yeah, it scares me that he's thinking. It scares me that he's thinking because I think he is considering king e2, king f3. The scary thing is that without knight g6 in this position, it's not obvious that black is winning here. The king actually looks a little bit, well, one could even say safe. So Vincent has to spot this knight g6 move, or we could see a miniature.
Yeah, for me, king looked safer on f3 than on c1, and then after knight g6 I just realized there's no chance, no hope there to survive, especially when you can't even take f5 bishop as you are losing two pieces, and that actually makes white to play king c1. And there is one funny threat maybe black has to look after king c1. Let's say rook d8 as we suggested. And here, how about to push d6? The idea of that is that if you're not careful, you might run into bishop f7 here, check, and then lose a queen on b4.
Yeah, that's a good point. And fortunately for black, you can take that pawn with the queen and get out of the discovery. So from that perspective, well, white could try a move like rook d1, and I think that's the best move. This threatens d6, so you're right on the money. And it essentially forces the queen to move away. But c5 is a very, very nice square because you're x-raying the bishop. And if white tries to trade queens, then black has this incredibly strong response. Rook takes d5. Well, can't take the rook because you're pinned. And in the event of a queen trade, white essentially loses a piece here. I mean, white can't sustain all of these pieces. b5 is a huge threat. And rook takes c5 is another threat. And white loses. So very, very dangerous situation for Mr. Keimer.
Yeah, it's so funny that those 2 lines we have seen, both knight and the bishop were hanging. They look really good pieces, but when we go deep in the lines, in the end, white might lose one of those pieces or both of these pieces.
Absolutely. And speaking of disasters, I think we should switch to the Nakamura Grishuk game because lots of moves have been played. And I don't think the developments in that game are encouraging to Sasha in the least, Kenny.
Wow,
yeah, I mean,
that's
so he played c6 here. And he has 37 minutes, by the way. We'll get to that. Hikaru just pushing h5. Grishuk, the point of c6 is to open up the c file, try to expand the queen side and get counterplay. Now Hikaru shoving that pawn down to h6, taking the more positional approach, essentially locking the bishop out of the game. Then he plays f3 to defend e4. And after bishop d7, he's gone rook d1, threatening the fork. And forcing black to do something about it. Well, what does black do about it? Well, it's not so clear. You don't really want to move your queen away from a5. I guess the move knight a4 comes to mind with the idea of meeting b4 with queen c7. This is bad for white due to the pin. But now apparently there is there's an interesting try, bishop d3 proposed by the computer. The point is to get this e2 square available for the knight. After knight c3 bc, yeah, white's pawn structure is a little damaged, but it's also very, very solid. White's going to go knight e2, and then maybe continue pushing on the king side with the move g4. So I don't think black is in terrible shape after something like this, but Hikaru has an hour. Hikaru's an hour ahead on the clock. 1 hour. He's got over an hour 30. He's got more time than he started with.
He has increment on the clock. Sometimes this clocks of ours might not be very accurate, but it's very close. Daniel, we're going now to take a very short break, but before that, maybe we can take a look at the time what we have here for players. Here we have pretty much standard time control, 90 minutes for 40 moves. And then when they reach 40 moves, they're going to get 30 minutes increment for rest of the game. And what's very important, players do have 30 seconds increment starting for the first move. And that's probably 30 seconds that Krzysztof is hoping to have and to play on the increments. So many to say in this round. Things are getting to be heated up. So please don't go anywhere because we're coming back after a short break. Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, like round 5. We do have all the games in progress from coming back from our break, but those games are so interesting, Tanya. Like, I want to see all of them at the same time.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. There's just so many interesting positions across the board. Maybe let's have a look at the Wojciech Fedoseev game, which perhaps is, from a practical standpoint, the least quote unquote unbalanced of the positions, but it also is a game between the leaders, the co-leaders of the group. So a very important game to keep track of. And that was the Queen's Gambit Decline game, where Radislav was trying to get castled, and he did manage to castle. So bishop f5, he castled, and as we discussed, bishop f6, bishop e5 happens. Fedoseev getting his rook into the game, takes, knight d4, centralizing the knight. Now, generally in these positions, white has a very small but stable advantage. Maybe here specifically, though, Fedoseev has solved his opening problems. Bishop g4, queen e5, and now Radislav deploying his queen to b3. No, I think white is a little bit better here, no question about it. I mean, rook ad1 is coming. This is not entirely pleasant for black.
Yeah, because here, if black can't manage to push d4 pawn, and this can be the last time when you have the chance before the rook gets on d file, and then it will be really hard to push that pawn. Seems like all these white's moves, queen b3, attacking the b7, and also bishop g4 coming with a tempo was very nice moves here that white had, and really stopped black pushing forward. And if we get the position where the d5 pawn is never pushed and never traded, then white will have a very, very good end game when rooks can be doubled on d file and bishop can come on f3 to target d5 isolated pawn.
Yeah, that's the problem with the IQP. If you're not playing d4, then you're stuck with a static weakness. And the reason d4, as you hinted at, isn't quite, it can be considered. I wouldn't rule d4 out, but after bishop takes c6, black loses a pawn. If you play fe, then after e takes d4, the queen is overextended. After queen takes c6, well, you're going to get into an endgame of pawn down. Now, I'm not sure that, that this isn't what Vladimir is going to go for. I feel like this is very much in his style. As I said, I've known Vladimir for the longest time, and he doesn't like to suffer in these bad positions. So maybe this endgame, where no question the black is worse, I don't think he's got quite enough for the pawn, but I do feel like black should be able to hold this and maybe even win the pawn back. For instance, rook fd1, rook c4, and in the resulting endgame, white's still going to be a little bit better because of black's damaged pawn structure, but I don't feel like it's going to be anything too significant. I'm going to make a prediction, a bold prediction, that Vladimir goes d4 in this position, even though it's, very risky and potentially loses a pawn.
Yeah, that's I also like the idea to get into the end game where you have more chances to hold the game rather than to allow your opponent to make you suffer all game long if you keep the isolated pawn there.
Yeah, and the alternative is to play b6, but after rook ad1, rook fd8, white also has the move f4, advancing the pawn and kicking the queen out of the center.
Yeah.
And after f4, if you play queen f6, well, then you drop the pawn on d5. So this is a pretty nasty position for Vladimir. I think he's got several ways to, his chances to hold this are, far exceed Radoslav's chances to win this game. But nonetheless, against someone like Fedoseev, this is the kind of position that you want.
Yeah, looks very interesting. But the comment which we got in our chat right now got my attention. They said that g4 from Vincent is crazy. Let's get in there because I can't imagine Vincent Kamer is in the situation to play g4.
Oh my goodness. And the top entry move for Aronian is the most ridiculous move I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. So g4. Well, g4, it makes some sense. He's trying to get rid of this bishop, and the black bishop doesn't have too many great spots to go. If you play bishop g6, well, let's not forget that first of all, this just blunders knight d7, so just scrap that immediately. The move knight g6 comes to mind, and I feel like this would be likely, but now Vincent has cooked up the excellent queen d4. Now this forces a queen trade, otherwise you lose the bishop. But after the queen trade, Keddy, white's got an extra pawn and excellent pieces. All of a sudden, black is in quite a bit of trouble in this endgame. And that leads me to the top move, which is the move g5.
No, g5 is
G5.
Seriously? Like, it's hanging with a check.
It's hanging with a check. But the point is actually very logical when you think about it. Now, what was white's move previously with the queen on f4? Well, it was knight d7. The point is that there's no knight d7 now because you dropped the bishop with check. Previously, the queen on f4 was defending the bishop. So you're actually luring the queen onto g5. And it's less important that it takes the check. What's more important is that now black threatens to win white's bishop with b5. And there is essentially no way to stop that. In fact, the top line is to go back to f4. And after b5 to still play knight d7. But obviously in this version, black gets 2 minors for the rook, and no, without a doubt, black is better here. The bishop's going to swoop into d3. But what an insane move! And I don't think the chances are 0 that Aronian finds it. I think Levon's got a serious shot at finding this move.
Okay, we can have some bets, like, if you want, me and you. Like, I think g5 is very crazy move, engine-like move.
Oh, it is.
I think Aronian is a great player, and he's able to find it. But we can make some bet here, and if you say that he can play it, then I don't know, you choose what I can do. But if he's not going to play g5, then me and Chad can figure out what you can do for us.
Yeah, and let me be very clear, I did not find this move. Now, after knight g6, queen d4, there is the retreat back to e7. This might be enticing for Levon as a way to keep the queens on the board. And as long as the queens are on the board, white's king is going to experience discomfort. But there's just something about this line that doesn't seem appealing to me. I mean, the queen wants to remain on c5. And the reason I say that Aronian has a chance to find this is because, necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. And it's easier to find an engine move when the alternatives are just not as appealing. If there's an appealing alternative, you're going for it. As it stands, Levon has already taken a lot of time here. And I think he might figure out that unless he does something crazy, well, his initiative starts to evaporate. Yeah,
all right. Yeah, I got it. I might also think that if other moves are not so good, maybe it's even more chances for Levon to find a move, honestly.
Right. Well, we'll see. We will update the chat as soon as a move is played, as Levon drops below an hour. He's still got plenty of time. Let's switch back to our bird's eye view, Keddy, and have a look at some of these other positions. We see that in the Dubov game, that's over on near your bottom left, one game to the right of that. Vidit has gone bishop f6, and the queen has indeed dropped back to b8, as we discussed. We don't have to get to that game, but that's unfolding in that way. What else catches your eye? Shall we maybe look at Report of Paran? We haven't looked at that game, and I think we haven't looked at that yet today.
Oh, we have not. Let's take a look at that, because Richard Robert is obviously the favorite of his group. But Vodashek and Fedosiev are really having a good tournament, and Robert is just to be half a point behind, so he can still try to get from this knockout stage happily.
Indeed. And this is another Queen's Gambit decline. We don't have to necessarily look at the whole game. This was a pretty conventional opening. And another IQP. I mean, this structure has been incredibly popular this tournament. That's an interesting sort of fashion change. And in fact, black is often the one with the IQP, whereas traditionally we think of white as being the one who possesses the isolated queen pawn, and a lot of variations in the Caro-Kann and the Nimzo Indian. Okay, now, it's important. I think there's two factors at play here. The first is that white has complete control over the square in front of the IQP. So d4 is not going to be a problem anytime soon. But Ketty, I think the counterbalancing factor is that Black's pieces are just incredibly well placed. Look at how everything is in the center, literally every piece. And that makes Black's position not only solid, but obviously gives Black quite a bit of attacking potential, as we see Oparin centralizing his knight on e4.
Yeah, I think Black can also at some point can think to start the king side attack, as very often we see in the isolated pawn. It just so moves like bishop e8 might be needed here, just to have the option to play queen c7, queen d6 to pair up this queen and bishop on this diagonal, and then to also open up the 6th rank for the rook. We might also see rook d6, rook g6, or rook h6 go in there. So it's double-edged position. Both sides have here some ideas, but as I see, the engine likes slightly wise position more.
Yeah, and it likes the move knight f4, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, you don't necessarily need every single piece to be staring at the d4 square. I mean, Naroditsky actually calls this situation a superfluous knight, like an extra knight. You have too many pieces sometimes aiming at the same square, and you can only, as Tal said, you can only take one hanging piece at a time. Well, you can only put one piece on a square at a time. So the point is to get this knight onto greener pastures. And in the event of a trade, well, I wouldn't trade here with Black just because it leaves White with this excellent dark squared bishop. And as we say that, guess what move Richard has just played? It's knight f4. It's on the board. And well, if you don't take the knight, then this is a thorn in Black's side. And Ketty, you mentioned the idea of building a battery. Well, it also makes that less effective because it puts a literal piece in the middle.
Yeah, that I would not like this move if I were Black. Is there a chance that he might also consider to jump this knight over h5 square to look for some weaknesses on the king side? And if you push any of those pawns, g or f pawn, this will change the pawn structure. And for instance, even if you push f6, then knight can come back on f4, and the isolated pawn on d5 will be even worse and it's even weaker.
Yeah, that's definitely a very high level positional idea. Just go there and then back. Of course, one could argue that the downside is that the bishop is less effective now, but I agree. I mean, these weak squares are a matter of concern for Black, given the fact that he's also got this isolated queen pawn to worry about. So that's definitely one possibility. Bishop b8 is not just a random. I'm actually expecting bishop b8 from Grigori. So I think it's either going to be that or he takes the knight. But again, I just, even though White's got doubled pawns here, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because this f pawn could potentially march forward to f5. And maybe he plays f6 here on his own accord to reduce the effectiveness of the bishop. But after something like queen e2, this is no fun for Black. White's having a good time.
Yeah, it makes me feel like it's White who has tons of ideas, and target and Black is just following White's plan here and just just getting this isolated pawn position rather than to have a strong attack on the king side.
Yeah, this isn't, at first I thought Black is in good shape. It looks visually like he is, but the more I look at this, the less pleasant the position appears to me. And Grigori, yeah, he's struggled. He's struggled this tournament to get his types of positions, which is understandable. I mean, he's close to 2,700, but he doesn't have quite as much experience as some of the other players in super tournaments. And we all know that there's a very steep learning curve when it comes to playing these monsters, 6 or 7 times in the same tournament.
Yeah, this is the first time for Grigori to play in the Grand Prix, and earlier the other years it was different format, and we had Swiss round robin tournament, and here we have the knockout system for the first time. And I'm just checking, Grigori got at Grand Prix after great performance at Grand Swiss tournament in Riga, and that's how we have him right now in this tournament.
Yeah, and he's not a name that everybody is going to be familiar with. I think he's currently living in the state of Missouri, and I think attending graduate school at Mizzou. where there's a very advanced chess program led by Christian Chirilla. But Grigori, yeah, he's been around for many, many years. He's a very solid player and a super nice guy. So we will keep an eye on this game. Let's switch back on over to the bird's eye view, Ketty. And we see my prediction was wrong, by the way, as I'm on a bad streak. I think I need to be the prophet name needs to be taken away from me. Rook c4 by FIDE over on your top right, attacking the bishop on g4. We don't have to go to that game, but he didn't, in fact, play d4.
Okay, I was like, I thought you meant the game of Kmar and Aronian. I was like, wow. Oh
he's
my!
on g5.
G5! No, the moment I wanted to say there's no g5 yet, he just got it there. Oh no, this is a joke. This is a joke. G4 first by Vincent Kmar, the strongest move here, and the only a strong response here is G5 by Aronian, and here we have it.
Levon is an absolute beast, and this is, you talk about what does good form mean. I always like to ask that question. People say, oh, he's in good form, he's in bad form. Well, this is what good form is. It's this ability not only does he find g5, but he senses that this is a critical moment, that if he doesn't find this move, he's going to be in trouble. He hunkers down and he doesn't take no for an answer. He says, I'm going to sit there until I find something that I'm satisfied with. And he does. He goes g5. Now, here's the amazing thing, Ketty. You know what White's best move here is? It's not a queen. It's not a queen move. It's also not a queen sacrifice. It's b4, the same move on the other side of the board. Unbelievable. And what the heck is the idea of that move? Well, if you play queen d4 here, first let's figure out why this is not that good. Well, after the trade, Black has bishop e4, exploiting the drawback of the move g4. And, once the rook moves after bishop takes d5, of course, Black has a better endgame, another isolated queen pawn. White's king is still bad, and White's whole position is incredibly flimsy. So the point of b4 is to essentially distract the queen and then to be able to get White's queen to d4. Now, obviously, it weakens the king even further. And after bishop g6, for instance, I don't like White's position one bit, but as usual, the engine gives equality here. I mean, it gives equality everywhere, so that's pretty meaningless. My goodness.
Yeah, these players and the engine, I don't know what's going on in this game. They started to play very engine like both players and making this quite, I cannot say logical moves, because g5 cannot be a logical move. Like you open up your king, you allow your opponent to grab that pawn with a check, but it's a well calculated move. And Aronian is sure that's the move he needs to play because it wins if White captures that, right?
Essentially it forces this queen f4. By the way, funny comment in the chat. Always hate those symmetrical positions, Cap. Yeah, indeed. This is as symmetrical as it gets. Queen f4 is essentially forced here, and I showed this endgame earlier. Knight d7, queen takes, pawn takes. You take the rook, and after king takes f8, now Black is not winning here, but it's, this bishop coming to d3. I don't think you can hold this d5 pawn, and I would be. If Vincent has to go for this, then he's going to be in pretty serious trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long game for White, and it just matters if Black managed to get something out of that or not.
Yeah, I think there's a non-zero possibility that Vincent goes queen d4 here and kind of bites the bullet and goes into that endgame, which is also very nasty, but I think it's likelier that he goes queen d4 than that he takes on g5, but we'll see. Maybe he finds b4.
And what are the chances that he can find b4?
Not low. Again, I think it's the same exact situation that Aronian was facing on the previous move, where none of the simple options, queen takes g5 and queen d4, are appealing. So, if you put yourself in Kaimer's shoes, he says, okay, well, I don't like either of these. Maybe, and that's where creativity comes in. That's where you start thinking outside the box. And for these GMs, a move like b4 is very much within the purview, of a regular thought process. Can I make an intermediate move? Can I distract my opponent's queen? I think he might very well find that as well.
Well, I don't want to suggest any bad here because I'm definitely not gap players. I have wrong thoughts of the players, and they're capable to find that incredible moves. Shall I take a break from this game and go to the next one? And I can suggest the game Daniil Dubov and Vidit, because last time we visited that game, we saw that we had to solve the problem of C file.
Yeah, and Black solved it in a pretty elegant way. I think we last saw this position where Dubov deviates from that Ganguly game, BRA Ganguly, which featured knight g5, trusting that Vidit knows his stuff there. Rook ac8, rook ac1, and indeed the queen dropping back to b8, unpinning, and that was the point of rook ac8. Now the knight on c6 is well protected. Okay, so Daniil going bishop b1. He's basically saying, okay, the bishop has done its job on a2. Now time to switch it to the more conventional diagonal. Bishop out to f6, and rook moves forward to c5. I think partially he's eyeing the rook lift to h5, although it's not really that dangerous because Black can always go g6. And here, Black can go rook fd8, just improve his position, or Black can try to start trading stuff on the c file with a move like knight e7, which offers the trade of all the heavy pieces, and it also opens up the light squared bishop. Kenny, I think if knight e7 happens, I'm not enthralled with Dubov's position here. I just don't see big initiative for him, and Vidit has very, very nicely placed pieces here. All of his minor pieces are excellent in this position.
Yeah, looks very solid position here. Dania in this position after, like, what we have right now on the board, where White played rook c5. I was thinking, why not to take this knight on c6 and try to, in the end of the line, play queen c2 and win 2 pieces for a rook.
That's a good point. Sorry, Katie, didn't mean to interrupt. Your point is that in this version, right, it wins the bishop back, but Black can play bishop takes c6, unfortunately, for White.
That's so ugly move. Just kills all the ideas of White.
Yep, because the rook. And it's very important, especially for the newer players in the chat. It's not just about the number of pieces, a number of times that a piece is attacked and defended, but also about what is defending it. So you might say, well, the bishop is attacked by 2 pieces and defended by 1, but unfortunately, that's why you rarely want to have the queen at the front of a battery or a doubled rook and queen situation, precisely because of this. So for this reason, this rook c6 tactic was not working, and instead he went rook c5, which does not really threatens everything unless now he wants to play queen c2 to attack h7, but so we might have this same situation, right? The queen being in front of the rook, not creating too much of danger. If only you had the c1 rook out on c4, for example, that would have threatened. Then queen c2 would have been a legitimate threat. But I mean, this is still annoying for Black, and so knight e7 solves those problems as well. I think that's what we're going. I think that's what we're pretty likely to see. Vidit is a little bit low on time. He's down to 40 minutes, and he's made half of his moves before time control. So we'll see. I think he should make a decision within the next 5 minutes.
All right, Tanya, can we switch to the game of Nakamura and Grishuk, because we have a different pawn structure there, and
indeed,
just take a look at it.
We have a different pawn structure. We have 25 minutes on Sasha's clock. What else is new? Well, they actually followed the line that we had prescribed. Knight a4 was played. I mean, this is Sasha's only chance to go knight a4. If he doesn't, then Nakamura goes b4, and everything gets shut down on the queen side. So at least this way, Black damages the pawn structure a little bit. Queen drops back to c7, and here comes g4 continuing to clamp down on the king side. And the other point of that move is that now after knight h3, the knight cannot be captured by Black's light squared bishop. And Grisha going back to d7 with his knight, and then withdrawing the bishop to f6. I think his point is to at least partially involved this bishop in society after bishop e7. I mean, on h8, it was just completely locked out. At least on e7, it'll be not the greatest bishop in the world, but at least it'll be doing something. And, I think that no question that white is better here, but the position is pretty locked up. And Hikaru has committed to this move h6, which is going to make it very, very hard for him to actually attack on the king side.
Yeah, I don't really see any kind of attack here. Like, you don't really want to push f4 because that might what black really wants to see, to open up the dark square bishop on this line and get d5, very strong square for knight. So instead, Hikaru goes here castle, short side. This might look like strange move, but it's safe move, and so far black also cannot start king side attack.
Yeah, there's a mutually assured destruction situation here. I mean, if black goes, let's say bishop e7, Hikaru could throw in a move like king h2 just as a prophylactic measure. And if black plays b5, well, that is, to me, that's just totally unthinkable, because black's king here is going to get punished a lot faster than white's. So the white's king is safe on the king side. I think you hit the nail on the head. Just because these pawns are far advanced doesn't mean the king is unsafe. I think what we're likely to see, I think Sasha is very likely to play b6 either here or maybe after bishop e7. And the question really for Hikaru is going to be, can he do something on the queen side? Can he maybe go knight d3, knight b4, knight c6? White is holding all of the cards here. He's not risking, but Grishuk has managed to erect a pretty solid structure here.
I see. And like, if the king side is close for both players, like we see white's pushing pawns was not so tempting, also black's, no one wants to open up that side, then how white can get bigger advantage on the queen side?
Well, I think probably black will never have realistic chances to put pressure on white's queen side, because you might think, well, the c3 pawn is weak, maybe black should attack it. But the issue is that white can always go rook fc1 and maybe even c4. And I just don't see black being the one who's ever in charge of the queen side, unless something happens on the king side to distract white's attention. But, I think all things considered, Grishuk has done a good job here, but Hikaru is just so good at squeezing these types of positions, especially in the opponent's time pressure.
Yeah, I see. There was also a very interesting position that I would like to suggest. Dunya, let's get back to Hare Krishna and Dominguez, as seems like both kings are still in the center, not castled.
Indeed, and I think that's going to change on the next move. I mean, it might change on the next move because white can castle. I love what Dominguez, he's managed to get his bishop on f5. How did he do that? Well, recall that white went h3 to stop bishop g4. So Dominguez said, okay, I'm not getting my bishop to g4, but I am getting it to f5. He went queen c8, and then he just parked his bishop on f5. And Hare Krishna, in turn, swinging his queen over to g3. And Keddy, that's an idea that we're familiar with from the Dubov game. Remember that rook g5 move? Well, this is a very similar idea. You're aiming at the g7 pawn as a way of delaying, slowing down the development of black's dark squared bishop. But when you're going e6 and whoop, in comes the queen to c4. And if white castles here, black doesn't have to develop his bishop immediately. There's no big hurry. I mean, black can go rook c8. And this is an incredibly complex position, but all things considered, I like what Dominguez is doing here.
And can I suggest here move, like, instead of rook c8, queen d3? Like, if I trade the queens, I'm happy with black. I like the pawn structure. I have access to c file, then I can push f6 and just try to break the center. If you avoid the queen trade, then I might have some moves like knight c4, queen c2.
Yeah, it's a thought for sure. Maybe if what I'm afraid of is that if black does it too quickly, then you could end up getting your queen could end up getting in trouble. Rook ac1 is one idea, threatening rook fd1. And if you play knight takes e3, after f takes e3, the f file opens up. and as does the f4 square for white's knight. So I like the idea, but I think probably black should start with a general improving move. But yeah, I mean, the queen d3 certainly exists. Maybe black should go bishop g6 here first, just to be able to develop the dark squared bishop. That's, but I guess after b3, yeah, queen d3, bishop b3, the knight can't come to c4 anymore. That's another topic of concern for Lenier. The fact that the knight on b6 could very well get restricted by a pawn that appears on b3.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you push b3, then you allow black to get bishop a3, and you can never control c file anymore.
That's a great point. Yeah, bishop a3 is a definitely a countervailing idea. So it's probably dynamically balanced. This is probably approximately equal, and chances for both sides, to use the commentator's favorite phrase. Okay, chances for both sides. I mean, okay, white better, but okay, not so clear.
Yeah. Oh, and the last game that we can take a look before we go to break. Let's see the end game of Shirov and Wesley So.
Indeed, and I think this is hurtling toward a draw with tremendous speed. Now, Alexei, okay, so bishop d5, a3 was played, forcing the bishop back, and Shirov kind of deciding to bail out. Knight f5, bishop e4, nice move. Can't take g7, of course, because the knight is simply trapped. So this forces a trade of knight for bishop. And, you know, with the presence of rooks, what the presence of rooks means is that it isn't just like a dead draw, but it is, I mean, the possibility that you have a trade of all of the rooks is very, very high. So this is equal. And I think there's about a 95% chance that one way or the other, this game ends in a draw.
Yes, not too much of fireworks on this board, but we do have on the others. So very likely we'll come back soon to see other games, the actions in the other games. And so the next move of Kamar against Aronian, we're looking forward to see their more crazy computer engine like moves. But before that, we have to take a break, and please don't go anywhere. We'll be short.
Title Tuesday is now 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prizes, totaling over 250K a year. Tune in each week at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Pacific time. That's 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern to see your favorite title players battle out right here on chess.com. And Ketty, we are watching the top grandmasters battling it out right now in round 5 of the preliminary group stage of the FIDE Grand Prix. Really interesting games today. The players, after the rest day, they're all rested up. As you said, their batteries are recharged, and no question that they came to fight today.
Yeah, that's what we see so far. They a little bit slowed down as that's the phase like middle game when they're using most of the time to figure out what's the next plan. And they just got out from the opening preparation or just openings stage. So we don't have much of the moves as we can see. And only game, which is truly in progress, is the Shirov and Wesley So. The end game, they're playing really fast. You can see that the king is already on the e6.
Indeed. Yeah,
I mean, all the way that king.
The end game there, and that's on your bottom right, it's a pretty simple position. I think, given how simplified it is, we're going to see a lot of moves being made fast, and I really think that's going to end in a draw. What I propose is that we have a look at the Wojciech-Fedoseev game, because somehow Vladimir's rook has appeared on c4. One way or another. Let's figure out how that happened and who it's benefiting.
Yeah, what I see now, I see 3 very active black pieces on the board, but I still see d5 isolated one. So what's really happening here?
Well, the first important question is, after queen b3, he didn't play d4, he went rook c4 instead. And this is another pawn sacrifice. So Wojciech could have grabbed that pawn on b7. Why did he reject that? Well, it's hard to say exactly, but maybe rook b8 is one idea. Maybe just rook c7, and he thought that given how nice black center pawns are now,
I like
white
h4 there. Like, your queen is so far. I have queen and rook in attack, and potentially my f rook can also take a part in it.
And this is another idea, queen h5. This essentially forces a draw. G takes h4, queen g4 check, and white is lucky that black only has perpetual. So absolutely, that could have been another thing that he was worried about. Whatever it is, he ends up dropping the bishop back to f3, which I'm sure came as a relief to Fedoseev, who swings his knight over to c5, forcing the queen back. And now he would have loved to be able to play d4. Unfortunately, for black, he can't do that. White simply wins the game with the move b3. And I mean, the rook is hanging. And if you move it, you walk into a fork. So probably black is best advised to defend this pawn. Well, how should he defend it? One move is rook d8. And another move is to get this knight right smack dab into the middle of the board, knight e4. And probably this is, again, closer to equality than to anything else, given how active black's pieces are now. But maybe white still has a little something if Radoslav is precise here.
And Dania, can black consider to give up d5 pawn for b2, like for instance to capture the queen b2, this position?
Very much possible. Queen takes b2, probably bishop takes d5. Now, you would have loved to play rook d8 here. Unfortunately, you can't because of bishop takes f7 check. So you have to move your rook probably to c3. Yeah, this is tremendously complex. Queen d4 comes to mind. I think white's probably having more fun than black here. Bishop in a wide open board. You can see how good it is. It's sort of controlling all these squares, and it's controlling b3, countering the possibility of a fork. But, again, it's probably closer to dynamic equality than to anything else.
Yeah, interesting end game here we have, but Dania, our chat just let us know that Vincent Keimer played e4, and here we have this.
Wow.
Incredible moves in a row, starting with g4 by white, g5, and then b4. Incredible.
This is very impressive. This is truly impressive, and it just shows you the effort. I mean, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it really shows the effort that the players are putting into these games, because a lot of players, first of all, would have gone knight g6 in this position, and here queen d4 is kind of the move you play if you throw your hands up, but Vincent didn't throw his hands up. And just like Aronian on the previous move, he sits there until he finds something he's satisfied with. And so now we're going to see queen takes b4. And by the way, white should still not take on g5 here. That's still a bad idea because of how many pieces are hanging. And on top of everything else, queen c3 is a devastating threat here. So definitely we're going to see this on the board. And probably Aronian's now going to drop his bishop back finally. And I still prefer black, as I said before, but I mean, this is the best that Vincent can do without question.
Yeah. Vincent Cameron, the youngest participant, only 17 years old.
Wow.
Who's playing also at home. It can be a huge support for him to have all these people around him. It can be also a huge stress for him to have so many eyes on you as you're playing at home. He is playing at his best and finding all these brilliant moves.
Yeah, and I think you actually make a really good point about playing, is there such a thing as home field advantage in chess? And it can work both ways. And a lot of it depends on your form, because I know that the German press follows Vincent very closely, as they should, of course. He's very talented and very, very promising. But if you're playing badly and you're losing a lot of games, then that can get very annoying. And you start reading about what the newspapers are saying about you, and the fans are expecting you to perform in front of them. So as you said, it can add a tremendous amount of stress if you're not having the greatest tournament, which is indeed what's happening here. I don't think it's necessarily a big factor, but it might not be helping Vincent's cause.
Yeah, that's a good point. Especially at this age, too young to be under so much attention, but he's handling so far well. And Dania, in the game of Wojtaszek and Fedosiev, we do have a rook left on h-file.
You called it.
And this gets more and more interesting now as rook gets in attack the white's king.
Yeah, let's switch back to that game for a couple of moments. That is indeed a pretty unexpected development, which you called rook d8 happening. And the reason Vladimir didn't go knight e4 is precisely to maintain the possibility of swinging the rook to h4, which he did. Bishop e2, rook h4, g3, rook h6. And wow, this is classic Fedoseev. I mean, he finds a way to get a tactical position out of anything. I mean, he can take a Berlin endgame and turn it into the most explosive position you've ever seen. Now, who does this benefit? Is this objectively good for black? Well, I don't even think that matters. I love what Fedoseev is doing here. He's always playing for a win, even when it seems like there's no way to do that.
Yeah, we saw that. We just saying this, and there can be some moments where knight can come on e4 and get on g-file, because there are some light square weaknesses on the king side. Additionally, there is d4 coming right now, and white doesn't really want to open up this file and get another black rook to be so active, while these rooks of white a1, f1, they are not really playing too much role in this game. And we might also see in the after some time this rook getting on b6 or on d6, and then h5, h4, just because this push g3 pawn was pushed already. It might cost in the future this kind of attack from black side, h5, h4.
Yeah, and you're right that it's not like black has put the rook on h6 and that's it. It's going to be there to stay. You can swing it around to d6. If things don't work out on the king side, you can the rook can join the defense in the center. Now, the engine gives rook c1 and does give white a very small edge, but this is a great example of not over trusting the engine eval. I think from a practical standpoint, after knight e4, black's got everything that he was hoping for. And apparently, yeah, after bishop f3, re-fianchettoing the bishop, if white can stabilize everything, yeah, then I can see how white could be better, because black can never really play d4 in these positions because of the back rank problems. I mean, e takes d4 is going to happen, and then you can never recapture. So, and you can't even really make luft because the rook is literally blocking the h pawn, and you don't want to go g6 because that locks the rook on h6. So double-edged, but I still like the way the FIDE is playing here.
Yeah, yes, he's trying to move around with the pieces. Let's get back our view of all the boards and trying to find some interesting position. I like how Dubov is playing now. I can see bishop is on h6, attacking the rook.
Yeah, let's check that game out, because it does look like Daniil has been slowly but very confidently overtaking the initiative in his game. What happened? Well, bishop f6. Oh, so Vidit did go knight e7, as we discussed. b4, that's a great move by Dubov, supporting the rook and preparing to recapture, most likely with the pawn. Now the move g6, which the engine didn't love, that allows Dubov to activate his bishop and aim at the a pawn. Queen a8, okay. h3, all right. Knight d5 by Vidit, and this was really the move that was frowned upon. Bishop h6 with tempo, and it creates very concrete problems for black, because after rook f8, there's the move knight e5, and that's the problem. This knight on d5 is blocking the bishop on b7. Otherwise, you would have had bishop takes g2. Now you don't, and the knight is going on to d7 or g4 with very nasty consequences. So Vidit has just taken the rook on c5. We're most likely, Ketty, going to see b takes c5, and I really like Dubov's position here. Something has gone wrong for Vidit, no question about it.
Yeah, very active pieces of white, and I'm not really sure if I like this knight, bishop, and queen, all of them at the same diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, rook c8, knight e5. Ooh, this is nasty. I mean, again, knight maybe swings back around to g4. c6 is something to be reckoned with. But in black is probably fine if he's incredibly precise. But 28 minutes for Vidit. And oh, and amazingly, rook takes c5. No, I was wrong. Dubov taking on c5 with the rook. He decides to keep the c file rather than get that pawn to c5. I was not expecting that.
And now rook c8 looks quite logical move to fight for this file. And maybe we're going to get the same position with knight e5.
Yeah, it's possible. Knight e5, and then we could get a rook trade. So we might get the same position with another pair of rooks off the board. Who does this favor? Well, it's double-edged, because the c pawn is now more dangerous. But on the flip side, black doesn't have to worry quite as much about the safety of his king with the rooks gone. For example, queen c8 could happen. And now there's one possibility is to go c6 and trade one passed pawn for another. White is very much in the driver's seat here, but I think if Vidit is cautious, he should be able to hold a draw.
All right.
So we'll see. We'll see how Mr. Vidit handles this quite nasty situation. But he's going to have to speed it up just a little bit. 15 more moves to be made and approximately 25 minutes. Let's switch back to our bird's eye view, Ketty, as Vidit did indeed go rook c8. What else catches your eye?
We do have some changes in the position of Wojtaszek. They trade the queens, and we have different pawn structure. We can take a look at that. And also report Richard and operating Grigory. We do also have a different pawn structure. So
okay,
you can make a choice. Now,
maybe let's start with the report game, and then we'll go from there to the Wojtaszek game, which indeed has reached an end game. And we'll remind everybody that this is the game where white went knight f4. This is the IQP structure. And after a very long think, Grigory did end up taking on f4 and playing f6. And I think we discussed this line. Queen e2 has been played. by report, putting more pressure on the knight. And this is just a tough position for black. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just, things still look pretty active for Grigori, but he's got a lot of problems to solve. I mean, first of all, he's got to do something with his knight because bishop takes c4 is a threat. If he moves the knight, well, then you open up the e file. Oh, and there's a beautiful tactic here, Ketty. So the point is that there's this x-ray, right? But if you play f5 immediately, well, that doesn't work because there's a knight that defends the queen. So you actually
I know where you're going.
Yep,
Beautiful.
take on c6 first. And now f5 wins a second piece for the rook and wins the game, essentially.
Beautiful to get rid of the knight and then to push the pawn. So
Wow.
yeah, that's pretty looking tactic.
Indeed. And so that means black is unlikely to move the knight off of e4. Well, you might say, well, why don't I defend it with a move like bishop f5? That's possible. Bishop f5 or bishop f7 is a possibility, but now the bishop is vulnerable and white could start harassing it with knight h4, maybe with some sort of knight f5 at some later point. And f3 is a possibility. Ooh, this is an incredibly nasty position for Grigori. The more I look at it, the less I like it.
Yeah, and no one really wants to push your f5 pawn because this opens up the dark square bishop forever on this diagonal and gives up e5 square, and knight will get on e5 right away, or knight d4. And this knight on e4 is not even there forever because white has this opportunity to just kick it back whenever it is the time to.
Yeah, doubled pawns can be a good thing. And this is a great example. One of them is protecting e5. The other one is going to kick the knight off of e4. And yeah, 26 minutes now for Oparin, who hasn't even made move 20. This is, I'll put it this way. I mean, unless we see a big turnaround in the next couple of moves, he's in very, very, very serious trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, now shall we swing to the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, how about this endgame? Here we have a different endgame. Queens are off the board, and both sides have the pawns that the opponent can attack, right? So knight can attack d4, and the bishop can attack d5. Right,
and the knight is pressuring d4. The bishop is still on e2, but it's probably going to move to f3, as you've indicated. How did this happen? Well, after rook h6, yeah, Wojciech just deciding to kind of bail out with a queen trade. And Fedoseev said, okay, I accept. The knight gets to that b3 square, which is also a kind of double-sided post for the knight because it can be chased away with rook d3, although maybe it's time to get this rook from h6 over to b6 and protect this knight preemptively so that if white plays rook d3, maybe you get a rook to the c file. I mean, you've got knight c1 ideas, although now you lose control of the d file of the d5 pawn. So what black has to arrange his rooks carefully here.
How about rook c6? I want to play rook c4 if you play bishop f3, if you give up this c4 square. And in case if you play rook d3 to attack my knight, I have a very nasty move, knight c1, and I will take your bishop.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a very nice move, and that leads to a trade. And as you say that, Ketty, great timing. He has indeed played rook c6. And you know what? We might see this. We might see this line, and we might see a draw agreement around this moment. And this is just a dead draw. And maybe black has a tiny little something. Okay, I guess rook c4 is bad because it allows rook e7. But king f8, okay, I mean, rook fe1, rook c7, and it's time to go home. Not unlikely. I think this game might be fizzling out pretty shortly.
So rook comes on c6, and it is white to move. Is there any other way white can keep the game going on? For instance, like rook e1, bishop f3.
Rook e1 is a really interesting move, actually, and it might be white's best chance to keep the game going, as you suggested. And the point of that move is that rook c2 can be met with bishop f3. And then if black just starts hunting for pawns, well, white can take on d5 here. but he doesn't even have to. Rook e7 is a lot stronger because it attacks b7, and black's pieces are kind of stuck in molasses over on the queen side. There's nothing left to attack. And if you move your knight away, well, then bishop takes d5 comes with great effect. f7 is going to be hanging. So after bishop f3, black at the very least has to be careful and should probably make some luft. Maybe the move king f8 is the safest bet. Then white's going to go rook e5, targeting the pawn, and you're going to get an endgame like this. Well, not like that. No, none of that is going to happen. You're going to get a rook trade. I somehow don't think Radislav is going to go for this, but it's possible. It depends on how he's feeling. I mean, is he willing to take an endgame risk here, or is he just going to say, all right, you equalized, let's play rook d3 and go home?
Yeah, we might see that happening. And Dania, we had to go back in the game of Shirov and Wesley So because Wesley's king is too active. I see it's already on f5. It targets the bishop and the pawn at the same time. And if you play f4 to guard both pieces, you might run for to f6, and you might lose the bishop on g5. Yeah,
you do. Lose the bishop in this line. That king is surprisingly safe. I mean, this pawn on h4, which he parked there, is a typical Berlin idea. It prevents white from going g4 because of the en passant. So Alexei is going to move the bishop, no doubt about it. The question is, where does he move it? Well, one possibility is to go bishop d2 or bishop e3, and it's important to recognize that taking on e5 is not a problem, at the very least, because of bishop d4 check winning the pawn back with interest and destroying black's kingside pawn structure. So my guess is that Shirov is going to move his bishop. The engine proposes bishop e7 at first, although this just runs into rook a8. No, that's not a good move. And then the point is rook d7, king e6 wins the piece. So my guess is either bishop e3 or bishop d2 is going to happen. And I still think that the game is very much headed for a draw.
Yeah, they're trying to make it as interesting as possible, but it can't get any interesting because it's like two less pieces on the board and not too much to going on with.
And by the way, I'm sorry to.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. That's what I saw tonight on C1, and we might have first results today. They trade the knight and the bishop and just agree on a draw.
Yeah, and Fedoseev can actually repeat moves here if he wants. He doesn't even have to take on e2. He can just go back to b3. And I mean, obviously, rook d1 makes zero sense due to rook c2, and white gets that position down to tempo. After knight c1, Radislav could go rook e3 and force Vladimir to take the bishop, but I think this is essentially an implicit draw offer. Essentially, what Radislav is saying is, look, I didn't play rook e3 to give you the chance to repeat moves so that we don't have to play this incredibly dry and drawish endgame. I think Fedoseev is going to go knight b3, and I think we're going to see a draw any second here.
Yeah, that's right. And what do you think? Who will be happy to make a draw here in this game? Because they will have last game tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, Fedoseev's in the lead, right? And as is Wojciech.
Yeah, I see that Fedosev's last opponent is Richard, the toughest one in here, and Wojciech plays against Oparin.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Wojciech is not burning any bridges and deciding to go for a draw. I think he believes in his chances to even play for a win with black against Oparin, who has lost with white against Fedoseev. No, I think neither of them is particularly broken up for Fedoseev. I mean, he's got the black pieces against Wojciech, who virtually never loses with white. So not a bad result for him either. Yeah, I think neither player is unhappy, and they're just fine boiling everything down to the last round.
Yeah.
So By the way, Keimer Aronian, more stuff.
This
is
game
happening
has to
there.
be end first, right? They're still thinking and still playing. What's going on here in this game? I have not seen for a long time.
Yeah, this is more craziness going on here, as we saw Vincent finding the move b4, queen takes b4, queen d4. And rather than bishop g6, Aronian going for that old idea with knight g6. Okay, so still the same exact mechanism, right? If g takes f5, then we know the drill. Knight takes e5 happens, and if you take the knight, then you give up the bishop with check, and white's position kind of collapses. So Vincent dropping the bishop back to b3 and offering a queen trade, which, if accepted, is going to lead to a type of endgame that we've already considered in a slightly different version, where the bishop has a bit of trouble finding a good spot, Ketty, because if bishop e4, well, then you walk into f3, and if you drop back to c8, well, that cuts off the rook, and it's not exactly, I'm sure, not what Aronian wants. So the alternative is to give a check on a3. Alternative is to give this check, which I think he's going to do.
Yeah, if you play queen b2 here to cover that check, that allows black to give check from c5 now. And you don't have cover anymore. And in that case, if king goes on d file, because obviously knight can't come on c4, bishop can't come on c4, b5 will win a piece, then this might run at some point under like bishop e4, bishop d5. Moves, rook d8 comes, and king seems to be misplaced on d file.
Yeah, no, it is. And speaking of misplaced, there's also this tactic: bishop takes g4, and then you pick off the knight from b4 with interest. So, and nice. Queen a3 check has been played by Levon. No, this is not great. I think king d2 has to be played, and the king is misplaced. But in this version, this is a slightly better version than going queen b2 first. So, for instance, in knight takes e5, queen takes e5, black could just drop the bishop back to g6 and say, hey, you know, I've got a long-term attack against white's king. I'm going to put my rook on d8, and then I'm going to try to play c6 really quickly.
Yeah,
Man.
And it's funny that this g5 pawn is not even hanging here. It's like untouchable pawn, because the moment you capture this, queen comes on b2 with a check, and you lose a rook on the a1.
Yeah, and then you lose the other one on h1. I guess you can play king e1 and bishop d1, but that's a moot point. White is lost. My goodness, what a game! And Aronian is going to be having all of the fun in this ensuing position. All of it.
Yeah, beautifully played. Things are getting really interesting in Hare Krishna and Dominguez game, as the pawn went all the way to h4, and black is not even going to castle on the short side.
No, but this is getting very, very concerning for Lenier, who is now down below 20 minutes with 18 moves played. I mean, he is in a staggering amount of time pressure here. And as you said, he hasn't castled. He decided in this position, you know, to run. He goes rook c8, and then he runs his h pawn down the board. I think that the point is to get the queen off of g3 so that he can develop his bishop. But he's just not quite in time. If he plays bishop e7, there's this very, very nasty move, knight f4. And Ketty, I think he might have missed this move. Why is this such a good move? Well, it threatens knight c takes d5. And if you move your queen back, then the other knight takes on d5, and the bishop on f5, all of a sudden, well, the pawn on e6 is overloaded. I mean, if you take, then queen takes f5. If knight takes d5, then it's the same drill. Whenever you take with a pawn, then the f5 bishop disappears, and black can essentially resign in this position. So it's not entirely clear what to do about that.
Can black here open up the g file, starting with, for instance, bishop e7, I would suggest, but I remember knight f4 was really strong there, and I'm not really sure that black can here push g5 and sacrifice the pawn to open up the g file.
Yeah, I'll take it, and then, well, if you go rook g8, I'll just take another one on h4 and kind of ask you, well, where's the attack going to come from? I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, with every passing minute, Lenier is probably getting more and more desperate. But after yesterday's loss, it just seems to me that he hasn't fully recovered the zen. And unless he turns things around in the next couple of moves, I mean, this time pressure in such a position is pretty much unmanageable.
We do have the first set game already done. This is for Tashkent, as we predicted. The game ended in a draw. So still, we don't know who is the leader in Group B. They tied the match, and even Rapport has a chance now to catch them up if he manages to win his game, and he's playing against Oparin. So imagine in the last round we might have 3 players sharing first, third places in Group B.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. And this is like the Wild West out there in that group. So it all comes down to tomorrow. That's why we watch. We always have these amazing situations in these tournaments.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting. And Rapport will play against Fidosiev in the last round. And it's not only Fidosiev who wants to qualify from this stage, but also Rapport wants so badly. And there's Wojtaszek who plays against Oparin. So first of all, another remaining game in this group has to be end, but this draw here again, Wojtaszek against Fidosiev really complicates the situation in Group B.
It really does, and we will, of course, be following very, very carefully tomorrow. A lot depends on that report game over on your top right near the Wojtaszek Fedoseev game. So lots of games still going, and all of them are still in tremendously complex situations.
Yes. So in this game, we see that Dominguez felt the threat of knight f4 and all this pin that the rook creates on c-file, and he just decided to retreat the queen. Maybe he wants to hit this queen on d7 just to get out of the pin, and then to try to push g5, g4, and to have some sort of attack on the king side.
Yeah, definitely. Now g5 is an idea, as is just going bishop e7. I mean, really everything hinges on, I think, Black's ability to either one way or another complete the kingside development, either through the move g5 or through the more conventional bishop e7 and castles. If Black can castle, then Lenier is going to be breathing a big sigh of relief. And so White has to try to come up with something more immediate. He's got 2 tempi. You know, there is the move. I like to move bishop g5 personally, to try to prevent bishop e7. So, I mean, Black could play it anyway. It also prevents g5, of course. But after king takes e7, there's a beautiful tactical idea, Ketty. White can play knight e4. Now, this looks, wait a second, d takes e4, and, well, Black attacks White's queen. But queen a3 check, and Black loses the queen. What an amazing
lovely
geometric
square
sequence.
over there.
Hard to see.
Yeah.
Jeez. And if you don't take the knight, well, then it swings to d6 with devastating effect.
Yeah, it looks nice. Looks nice. Bishop g5, I love that move. I love that move. Just stopping Black's development. And dark square bishop of Black is not so resourceful. Like, there are not much of the squares. And the question is then how Black gonna continue the game. Like, if there is no bishop e7, if he cannot develop his bishop, he retreat queen back from the queen side already. Like, I'm starting to like here White's position more.
Yeah, I think queen d7 is a possibility there, but again, after knight f4, you're constantly bothered by the fact that, well, bishop e7, again, White will take and then play knight takes d5. You already know the drill. So, and bishop g5 is very much a Hare Krishna type move. I think he's very good at these nasty, you know, positional prophylactic moves. He's you know, very good at finding them, and often underrated by a lot of people. I mean, you know, his games aren't always the ones that stand out the most, but he's a consummate professional, and he really knows how to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's so strange to look at this game from the perspective that white has not light square bishop, black's light square bishop is developed. All the pawn structure looks normal for this opening, but still there's so many problems that black cannot solve, and this can come to you at once. Like you don't even understand that you have so bad position and so unpleasant position, and there are these little tricks there and here which then makes you feel to have just worse position.
Yeah, and that's a great point. All of the individual factors seem to be in black's favor, but that's why tactics are so difficult, because it's just hard to appreciate these more subtle factors that contribute to white's initiative. So we'll keep an eye on Hare Krishna's efforts to convert his initiative into a win. But first, we are going to go on a short break. What a fun round this has been so far, Ketty. But refill of a coffee is needed. You're watching the FIDE Grand Prix. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back at chess.com. I'm Kathy. This is Daniel. And we're here at the first leg of FIDE Grand Prix round 5, where top 16 players are fighting in 4 groups to get as much Grand Prix points as possible, because in the summer, in June, we're going to have a candidates tournament, and we do have only 2 spots left, as the players have been already occupied some of the seats. For instance, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is a runner-up, and Alireza Firouzja, Caruana Fabiano, they got the spot from Grand Suisse, Jan-Christoph Duda and Sergei Karyakin from World Cup, and we do have also Timur Rajabov. So only 2 spots left, Dania, and here we have the Grand Prix 3 legs to find out who are those 2 players.
Indeed, the walls are closing in, Ketty, and you know, this is the last big chance, and so the players really putting everything on the line for those coveted candidates spots, and the tournament will be, in Madrid in June. I'm really looking forward to that one. But this has been such a fun tournament so far. Let's have a look at some of the developments in a few of the pivotal games. And I propose, as we have a look at the bird's eye view here, that perhaps we start with the Dubov-Vidit game, because a lot has happened there. And we have essentially an end game where, you know, Daniel took over the initiative and he hasn't really looked back, but probably I think Vidit is doing a pretty good job here of limiting the scope of White's advantages. 30 moves have now been made.
Yes, we do have a lot of trades here. They trade first their rooks, and then also C pawn was traded to A pawn. And here we have this position where White has pair of bishop and also the pass pawn on A file, which looks very nice. And you might think it's not at an advantage in the end game. You say pair of bishop is always advantage, but look at Black's pieces. They look great. Knight on D5, bishop on this diagonal, and queen being so active.
Yeah, they're nicely coordinated. And one thing that jumped out at me is the move g5, which it does, technically trap the bishop on h6. Now, the bishop on h6 can't really be attacked, but nonetheless, it's a pretty disquieting sensation. But apparently, white has the move bishop d3 here, and this immediately exploits the drawback of g5, which is that it weakens this diagonal, and white is threatening queen e4. So one thing we could see here is knight f4. White could still play queen e4, of course, forcing the queen trade, and we get this very unbalanced endgame. I really don't know what to make of this. I think probably the closest result should be a draw. Maybe black should park the bishop on d8 to prevent white from pushing the a pawn past a4. So that's one way that the game could unfold. Another way that black could play this is to go bishop g7 and smoke the bishop out of h6 entirely, because as long as the bishop is on h6, black has to deal with problems with his back rank and problems with his dark squares. So I think one of those two moves is likely.
Yeah, they both look quite well, and they both have an idea to just get rid of this dark square bishop in any way, either to lock it or to trade it.
Yeah, I think black should be able to hold this. Vidit's got 10 minutes for 10 moves. That's not a great time situation, but I've seen worse. I mean, Grishuk could say a thing or two about that. So yeah, with a couple of careful moves, I think black should be able to make a draw here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
G5.
G5 was played right away, nicely spotted by Vidit. That's the problem for me, this bishop, and I'll try my best to lock it there. And if white finds this move bishop d3 and queen e4, then I'm fine to trade the queens.
Yeah, this is a good version. One sign that I need more coffee is that I just spent like a minute trying to figure out what's wrong with queen e4, just trying to reverse the move order, and then I realized it just leaves the bishop hanging on a6. So bishop d3 I think we're going to see bishop d3, knight f4, queen e4. I really do.
Yeah, let's get back to the birdside view, because we do have some updates. For instance, on the first board, we see here Hikaru Nakamura and Grishuk, totally different pawn structure. Look at those pawns.
Let's absolutely get to that game, as Sasha he's got 9 minutes, assuming that the timestamp is right, which I think it is, given that it's Grishuk. Let me say that again. 9 minutes. I can't even say it, for 17 moves. This is ridiculous, Ketty.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And he's got a bad position. We have seen pretty
much, Tanya. We have seen pretty much of the same situation. But I can say that he pretty much messed up with Esipenko. He had completely winning position, but because of no time on the clock, he missed winning chances, and he was obviously winning there.
Yeah, and I mean, Grishuk, it's a misconception that he likes being in time pressure. I don't think it's that he likes it. It's just what he does. I mean, it's just the fact of life. But nobody likes being in time pressure. It's actually a tremendously nerve-wracking sensation. And the other thing is that there's one person who I think you don't want to be in time pressure with. Even you would prefer to be in time pressure against Magnus over this guy, and that person's name is Hikaru Nakamura. So it's getting spicy, and it's getting spicy precisely at the moment when Grishuk is in his most acute time pressure. So what has Hikaru done? Hikaru decided in this situation, which we saw, to trade the knights, and then to take his attention to the other side of the board. Boom, f4, exploding the center. And now after the trade, I think he's going to take with a bishop. And his idea, well, what exactly is he doing? Well, it's a couple of things. First of all, the bishop is x-raying the queen. The bishop could swing to g5, and let's not fall asleep on the possibility of getting checkmated on the dark squares. And the last thing I'll say here is that white has the plan of doubling rooks on the f file and just sort of slowly but surely accumulating pressure on the f file. This is an unpleasant position for black. Definitely not losing or anything of even close to that, but Grishuk will have to pull out some magic in these next 10 moves.
Yeah, all these ideas was pretty nice for white and really annoying for black. and it clearly shows how weak is dark squares for the black. And I kind of start to feel that maybe this bishop f6, bishop b7 was too early to get this bishop there, and rather it was better to have dark square bishop on h8 to control this diagonal at least.
Yeah, he would love to have his bishop back on h8 right now. And so I actually wouldn't rule out the move bishop f6 here, just to park the bishop back on h8. The issue is that now you leave the d6 pawn undefended. Well, defended only by the queen, and white could swing the queen over to g3 and create massive pressure on that pawn. So, you know, black just doesn't have, everything has a drawback here. And that's what makes this such a hard position to play in time pressure, because you have lots of possible moves that you have to weigh. Probably Sasha's going to go bishop d7 here. That would be my guess. And then maybe rook a to b. Maybe he'll even play f6, which is not a good looking move, but at least it prevents, you know, e5 and bishop g5.
Yeah, I was thinking what happens after f6 and how white is going to break through this, because it seems so strong. Controlling move, no e5, bishop g5 is not there, but there is always opportunity to double the rooks, which you mentioned earlier that white anyway wants, and then to get bishop g3 to h4 with attacking f6 pawn.
Right. And really, I mean, if Grischuk loses this game, which is looking increasingly likely, he's going to be kicking himself for his opening choice. I'm honestly shocked that he didn't seem to be familiar, you know, with bishop e2, bishop e3, with that system, which is very, very popular these days. So just a strange turn of events here for Sasha, who he decided to play the King's Indian, which is unusual for him, but he just didn't seem to be well prepared in that opening. I think it's as simple as that. And Hikaru, you know, he has a great sense for which lines to choose, which lines will be the most practically unpleasant for the opponent.
Yeah, Grischuk is trying to just to experience a lot of things here in this tournament with black pieces. First, he went Pierce against Etienne Bacro, and he had very bad position. Like, you can't imagine to have that position at this point, at this level. And now he's trying King's Indian, and he's not having fun at all.
Yeah, I mean, okay, my opening choices in this tournament have not been very good, but okay, what else is new? I have to, it was very, very bad. I'm very embarrassed. I mean, this is very bad. Yeah, position is nasty, but I will try to save. I mean, I'm used to being in time pressure, so, you know, I will do my best. And he goes bishop d7, having spent another 2 minutes. Oh, goodness me. He's got 6.5 minutes now.
I should say that Robert has saved me from this awkward situation, because he sent me the video of yours imitating a lot of players. I know exactly what you're capable of now, and I have seen that video many times. And I'm really thankful to Robert to show me that beforehand, actually, before this happened in live.
You came in knowing what to expect. Good. I'm glad. I mean, many players are going to make an appearance in our commentary. Gary, Wesley, I mean, you've got a lot to look forward to. Let's get back to our bird's-eye view. Fine. Okay, so, well, what do we have here? We've got more unbalanced, weird stuff in Hikaru Nakamura. We've got Shirov Wesley, which is, is Wesley actually making a play for the win here? Wait a minute. I want to check into that game for a second, if you don't mind. Or is this just going to end in a draw? So
he's trying so hard in this game.
Well, my question is, I have a dumb question. First of all, the move rook d8 here is not out of the question, and Wesley could just be giving up another pawn and going for piece activity instead. But even in the event of a rook trade, I think white has to be careful here. I know that sounds ridiculous, but black's king is so active that even in the opposite colored bishop endgame, if white falls asleep, yeah, black's going to create a pass pawn on the queen side and win the game. So for instance, let's say bishop g3 check, king d4. Okay, white can take on c7, and black's idea is to play king b3 and then just start pushing the queenside pawns. There's a lot to calculate here for Alexei. And he's gone rook g4. He actually has not taken on h4. I think he was worried about that endgame.
Yeah, and he has all the reasons to be worried, because if the king gets so active, and then it's just a matter of 2-3 moves to black to start the attack on the queen side and to create the pass pawn.
Rook h7 by Wesley. And the other reason he might have gone rook g4 is to avoid rook d8. Now, Shurov could take on h4 and force a transition to an opposite colored bishop endgame. And I think it is a draw. I think that white can get the king to the queen side very, very quickly. So pretty significant chance that Shurov takes on h4 here, but he's going to have to calculate that very carefully before he goes for it.
Yeah, and he do have 18 minutes according to our clock. So let's get back to the bird's side view and check it out what is happening here. Seems like the game of Etim Bekro and Esipenko is interesting, and we do have some changes there.
I think Etienne has just blundered. Etienne, well, let's go back a little bit further. So we had this type of endgame, right? b3 was induced by Andre. He goes knight d7. This is all pretty normal. Bishop b2, knight c5. Etienne bringing his king up to f2, Esipenko solidifying his structure. And now the move c3 by Etienne, with 14 minutes on the clock, this is a clear attempt to unbalance the position and play for a win. And the point of this move is pretty evident. I mean, if black takes on c3, yeah, well, white takes back and white wins the game immediately because of the skewer. But notice this knight on d2. What's it defended by? Well, it's defended by the rook. But that rook on d1 doesn't have any other squares from which to defend the knight. So there's a sudden tactic, knight takes a4.
Wow.
Uh-oh, and this is definitely missed by Etienne. And the point is that after b takes a4, bishop takes a4, well, there's major problems because if the rook moves, then you lose the knight. Now, that's not the end of the story. You could play the move rook a1, but if you keep calculating rook takes d2, rook takes b3, it looks like white is out of the woods, but whoop, b3, and all of a sudden the pawn is unstoppable. You can try the move c4 to try to meet b2 with rook b3, but no, black goes rook b8, and that's it. I mean, this pawn is hurtling toward promotion. This is terrible for white. And if you don't play rook a1, well, then what do you play? I mean, do you play king e1? This looks absolutely miserable. I mean, I think after a4, white can already resign. Oh my goodness. I think if Andre plays knight takes a4, he's going to have major winning chances. I don't even see what white can do. No, he hasn't done it. He's gone bishop e8. Oh my goodness. That was a pretty big missed opportunity. But I'll tell you what, Ketty, I still think c3 is a bad move. Even here, I think Etienne has to be very careful so that his structure doesn't totally collapse. I think c3 was just a very bad move.
Yeah, it was very unnecessary here to push this pawn forward. And also, I totally understand why Esipenko did not capture this, didn't see this tactic, because you don't really expect at this point to have some kind of tactics here. You just, the position is so calm, and the character of position is like more positional play rather than tactical. So he completely mislooked this one. But Etienne playing so fast king e1, it clearly says that he knew he blundered that move.
I think this is I agree completely. I think he's relieved, and he's breathing deep right now. And after, well, I think the point of bishop e8, of course, is to play bishop f7 and train the minor pieces on this b3 pawn. But after c takes b4, that rook from e3 is defending the pawn. Yeah, and after a takes b4, it may seem like white is better because he's the one with a protected passer, but b3 is a long-term weakness. And if you go rook c1, this is what Andre is leaning on. There's this very important tactic, rook takes d2, and if you play rook takes c5, the rook swings to b2, and you're in big trouble with this pawn on b3. And obviously, if you take the rook, then black recaptures on b3 with interest.
Yeah, seems like white really weakened b3 pawn. And
Andre has just
later
played
or
bishop
soon,
f7.
he has to pay for it. He might pay for it.
Yeah, I think Etienne greatly underestimated the drawbacks of this move. Now, he should still be fine if he's very careful. Now that Andre missed knight takes a4, but we'll keep an eye on this. He's got 14 minutes for 50 moves. We've got some massive time pressure in this round. Goodness.
We do have. Let's get back to our bird view and see what's going on. Oh my God, Hikaru Nakamura, they are not making it any easy for on each other.
Oh my, be still my beating heart. We have to get to that game because Levon has just played he's gone mad. He's made a move. He's just gone completely mad. So what happened in the last couple of moves? Well, after queen a3 check, Vincent did indeed go king b2. We'll remind you that we ruled out queen b2 due to queen c5 check, as you had indicated. And now the move c5, inviting an en passant, but an en passant is totally unthinkable. That opens the d file. You don't want that. So Vincent dropping the queen back, logical. Knight takes e5. He decides to take the bishop. Levon supporting the knight with the rook. Vincent attacking the g5 pawn with his rook. Now, most normal people would go either h6 or would consider forking the rook. So rook hg1 is another crazy move because it walks right into a fork, but that's deliberate because all of a sudden black's king is in massive trouble. Rook takes g5 is a huge threat, and if you play h6, white can just reinforce the threat with h4. So instead, Levon, what does he do in this position? Just ignores. He just goes b5 and says, go ahead, take my pawn. I don't care. I'm going to tuck my king on h8, but Teddy, I'm really worried about the move rook a to g1 here because it threatens checkmate on g8. And I guess Levon is relying on f6.
Can we show our viewers that checkmate and, for instance, try to push any of white's move?
Boom. Force the rook to take. And after queen takes e5, all black can do is cover the diagonal, but not prevent checkmate. So I think Levon calculated this line and concluded that after f6, his king, believe it or not, and I know that sounds ridiculous, but his king is actually quite safe. And it is. But if white just drops the rook back to g3, it's also not so easy for black to prove something concrete on the queen side. Believe that or not.
Yeah.
So, wow. c4, bishop c2, and if queen takes a2, you get your queen trapped, for instance. Look at that position.
Lots of threats there and here, and you might fall for it at some point.
I mean, with time pressure brewing now for Vincent, who's got 10 minutes. Imagine Keddy having 10 minutes for 16 moves in this position. Are you kidding me?
Danny, I could not survive at this point.
I couldn't either. I don't know if Vincent is going to survive. Aronian has left himself at least 22 minutes. I mean, at least that's a decent amount of time.
Yeah, he's managing the time really good. And maybe he's just believing that maybe I allow my opponent to have some play on the G file, but there's no checkmate. I have perfect knight on E5 against very bad bishop on B3, and I still have some ideas to get the rook on D file, push C4, get this pawn, and knight has all the squares on D3, F3, and so on and so on.
Yeah, I mean, after king H8, after black plays F6, knight F3 once again becomes a possibility. Okay, so this is happening, takes king H8, and I think Vincent, I mean, I don't see any alternative to rook Ag1. I think we're gonna see rook Ag1, F6, rook G3 on the board. And then the question is going to be, well, can Levon figure out a way to convert his queenside pressure into something concrete? The engine doesn't seem to think so and gives white quite a big advantage, but I wouldn't put any stock into that, given the time situation.
Yeah, here if white is too optimistic and pushes F4 pawn, hoping that there's a pin and I might win this knight, there is a very strong B4 move, which first kicks the queen, and queen doesn't have any move on this diagonal anymore. And now black seems to have very strong follow-ups with the check, and yeah,
and then black
too weak.
So that's a great point. F4 is very tempting, and Vincent continues to contemplate his subsequent course of action. I mean, he could still decide on F4 and try to force a queen trade, and go for this endgame. Knight takes G5, takes A3, and takes G5. I could potentially be enticed by all of these pawns, but black could stick a rook right into that weak square on E5, and then the other rook comes in really fast, and white's position starts to crumble just a little bit here. So that definitely is something Vincent has to process, though, as that was down to 8.5 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Not enough time. Not enough time at all.
No.
And how many more moves he has to still
15.
make for time? Oh, that's a lot.
I would be terrified.
He has to pre-move. He has to pre-move, but it's not easy. His next moves are not so easy.
Nope. And we are going to see an epic time scramble, at least from Vincent's side. But Levon, I mean, if he spends 10 minutes even on one move, he's going to join him in Time Trouble City. But okay, we'll keep a very close eye as this game unfolds. We've got, let's see, what else do we have? As we look at our bird's eye view, we do have Vidit and Duba following the line that we had prescribed with knight F, bishop D3, knight F4. We don't have to go to that game, but that's all happening, Ketty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's happening. And queen is already on E4. White is ready to trade. Black is pretty much forced to trade because H7 pawn is hanging with a checkmate. There is a check on C1, but there's only one check. So Vidit didn't really spend any more time for that, and he simply traded the queens. And yeah, that's the position that we were talking earlier.
Yeah, that's the bottom left, right to the right of Hikaru Aronian. There you see the Vidit Dubov game. I think the likeliest result here is going to be a draw. And we'll keep an eye on Vidit. Has to make a couple more accurate moves for sure, but I think he should be able to hold it. Shall we check back into Nakamura Grishuk just to see what Grishuk's time situation is and what the position on the board is?
He's not. He doesn't even care. Like, he plays bishop d7. It's like, I'm fine. I'm okay.
I'm totally fine. And Hikaru, by the way, he's down to 22 minutes now. So I'm not. And we did have confirmation from our producer that the clock situation on the board is correct. So these are indeed the correct clock times. Again, Hikaru, it's a similar situation to Aronian Keimer, actually identical. Where exactly, I feel like if you're Hikaru, you want to keep at least a 10-minute time advantage. You don't want this to get down to a blitz game, because that's, as good as Hikaru is at blitz, and he's amazing, but that's what Grishuk wants. He wants Hikaru to get low on time himself.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. So question here, like, what happens after bishop g5? Is black going to play f6? And is it like the move he considers, or he can trade and then play queen d8, hoping to trade queens as well?
Or queen d8 immediately, trying to get a better version of that. I think, I think he wants queen d8. And then, I mean, if white trades and says, well, now I've got these weak squares, well, how does white access them? The queen on e7 is very nicely positioned. It's, kind of guarding everything. So bishop g5 is one candidate move. I think the most Hikaru-esque move is probably rook f2. Hikaru likes to keep the tension in these types of positions, and I think it's not unlikely that he just goes for that idea of doubling. On the f-file, another type of Hikaru move is to go c4 and just solidify his center a little bit, or queen e3. I think one of those moves we're going to see, but if I had to predict, I would guess he's going to play rook f2.
Mm-hmm. Right, that looks so interesting. Also, c4 move looks very interesting here in this position, as it also opens the diagonal, and queen b2, queen c3 might be white's next move. And if you play f6, there will be g5 moves just to expose the king side even more. The question here is, like, if white go into double the rooks on f-file, can black then double the rooks on, at least get one rook on b file?
Yeah, absolutely can. Rook A, B, rook B, F1, and now Black could even try to double. What concerns me though there is that the F7 pawn is going to be really, really weak once you leave F8 with the other rook. But I agree. I think maybe getting one rook to the B file, and now maybe even playing F6 and trying to set up this defensive construction could be one way to approach this. Not fun, but this is going to be very, very hard to break down, given that Black's pieces are sort of all clustered together on the king side. I mean, checkmate is nowhere close.
Yeah, and maybe this is the reason why Hikaru is spending more time, as his next moves are not so clear.
Yeah, so I'm getting a question in the chat. Is Hikaru winning? So no, Hikaru is not winning. Without question, White is clearly better. What does that mean? Well, that means Hikaru is holding. He's really kind of playing for two results. I mean, at least for the time being. He's not risking too much. But if he overpresses, then, he's got weaknesses in his position. The B file is open. These pawns can get weak. So I think Hikaru is just making sure that whichever path he chooses isn't associated with too much risks, because he's in first place in his group. It's not worth taking a crazy amount of risk, even if he's pretty close to winning this game.
Yeah. Dania, can we get back our bird side week? Because I see knight g3.
Whoa.
In the game of Richard Rappert and Grigory Oparin. And questions, what's going on there?
Whoa. Now that I think might have been missed by Richard. Now let's take a quick look. Not even a quick look. Let's see what's going on here. Well, after queen e3, rook e8, bishop back to b1, and Oparin going bishop f5, and this is the pivotal moment. This opens up the x-ray on the queen. Richard going rook fe1, which is prophylaxis, right? If you move the knight away now, well, at the very least, there's queen takes e8 check, getting two rooks for the queen. But Oparin going queen f7, just solidifying his position, protecting the d5 square. And here, strange move by Rapport, rook e to d1. I mean, he just played rook f to e1. And now he goes rook e to d1. And now again, there's knight g3. There's no longer queen takes e8 check. That is a strange decision by Rapport.
I have a feeling he touched the rook and he had to play this rook.
That's possible. That I wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, otherwise why you would play two moves in a row, especially when you know that you have problems on e file. Your queen is there under attack. Your opponent played queen f7, and clearly he now wants knight to go away, and you move the same rook.
This is highly puzzling, especially when Ketty, there was the very convenient square on b6 for the queen. Just get it off of the e file, so you don't have to keep worrying about the discovery. And this queen, look how safe it is. It can't even be attacked. Is it possible? Maybe Richard was afraid of queen g6. There's no way he was afraid of that because of knight h4, causing Black's position to collapse. We're going to have to find out what happened after the game. But after knight g3, is this losing for White? Absolutely not. And if White drops the queen back to d2, this leads to a very complicated position. Now, a lot of you might be looking at this and saying, wait a minute, what about knight e2 check? Doesn't this win the rook? Well, not quite. Because if you follow this line after king h2, and Richard, by the way, just has played queen d2, if Black just greedily takes the rook, Black loses. Bishop takes f5, takes one piece, and the knight is going to be lost. White's simply going to have two pieces for a rook. Now, you might say, well, why doesn't Black take on b1 first? Well, now after rook takes b1, knight e2 check is no longer a fork because the rook has escaped c1. So this is not so easy for Black. It's not so easy for Black to actually prove something in this position. It's a total mess. And maybe rook e2 is the move. I don't know.
I love rook e2 move.
Rook e2 probably is the move, and he's just played it.
Oof.
He's just played it. This forces queen takes d5, I think. Takes, total pandemonium. Look at how many pieces are hanging. Rook takes d2.
Rook b2?
Yeah, no, this is actually not as complicated as it looks, because you can't take on g3, you lose b1. You have to go here. Then, again, knight e2 check is bad again. because c8 is hanging in the end. So White should take this darn bishop off of the board and then make a neutral move such as rook d8 to control this all-important d file. And definitely Black is in the driver's seat, even though he's down a pawn. No question about it. I think this will happen.
Queen captured already the pawn on d5, and that's the situation right now. Black has 7 minutes. White has a little bit more than that. So our next moves will be very fast.
Yes. Yes, they will be. And by the way, Alexei Shirov and Wesley So have drawn their game as Alexei figuring out a way just to stabilize everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we see up in the right corner of your screen. Yeah, totally reasonable result. We kind of could predict that after move 5.
Yes.
So,
we never get so excited about that with that game. What do you think? How many draws today and how many decisive games? That's the question in every round that we have.
I think Dubov Vidit is going to be a draw, and I think probably Bakro Yasipenko's I think Black's going to win that game. But definitely I think we're going to see one more draw in Dubov Vidit, as we see Vidit, by the way, going bishop d8. He's playing this so accurately. And with that bishop stuck on h6, I just don't see Daniel winning this game. As for the other games, I mean, we'll have to see how the time trouble unfolds. But Ketty, we're first going to take a very quick break. And when we come back, we will keep an eye on all of these fascinating time scrambles. You're watching round 5 of the FIDE Grand Prix. We'll be back in just a few. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch top players like Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, JKD, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Fabiano Caruana, and more battle it out for their chance to face Mr. Carlsen for the next World Championship match. And of course, 2 spots in that highly coveted Candidates Tournament are being contested currently as we're watching the FIDE Grand Prix together with Keddy. Keddy, it's been an amazing round so far, and it's about to get more amazing because we are in the midst of several time scrambles.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of a day, when we do have some time troubles on the clock. So which game would you like to concentrate first?
Well, let's get to the Hari Krishna Dominguez game, which is a epic time scramble is brewing there. We've got a 6-minute versus 8-minute situation with 16 moves left. I mean, this is just crazy. Now, what else is crazy is the way that this game has turned around, Keddy, because we were almost, almost shoveling dirt on Lenier after the move Bishop G5, and he somehow managed to turn this around completely. So he dropped his queen back to D7, and after knight F4, knight C4, somehow he got his knight to C4, forcing Hari Krishna to drop his queen back. And this was the critical position. This is where things started to go wrong. Okay, A3 is still decent, but this move A4 is a little bit superficial. He's trying to get his knight to B5, but after the simple A6, Lenier says, "You're not over my dead body." And things started, here Hari Krishna made a very panicky move, rook FD1, allowing bishop D8, smoking the bishop off of G5, essentially forcing the trade. Now the queen is ready to go to G5. Black is ready to castle, and literally all of Lenier's problems are solved. And white is the one facing a crumbling position with all of these weak spots. So what should Hari Krishna have done? Apparently, in this position, he could have played the move B3, forcing the knight off of C4. And Keddy, in this position, there's the beautiful knight B5, which Hari Krishna likely missed. The point is that if rook takes C1, there's an intermezzo. And if knight takes B5, then you take on C8, and then you actually pick up 2 of Black's minors. Can you really blame Hari Krishna for missing this? Nope. But as it stands, they have this position. He's down to 4.5 minutes, and he's in trouble.
That was a nice variation. I'm surprised also from Hari Krishna not to see that B3 looks the move that the position is asking for, because there was Black's pieces really misplaced at that point. But now look at this situation. Black played queen c8 first, then queen c4, queen c6, queen d7, and now queen d8. This queen get back into this starting position and pretended like nothing happened at all. Nope. And he says, well, I have very good position. Nothing happened. Yeah, and the queen is even coming out to g5, so it's not done yet. Below 4 minutes now for Hari Krishna, assuming that the timestamps are correct. This is getting more dire with each passing second. We'll see how Hari Krishna tries to hold this position together, but now Lenier the one who's up 5 minutes. Okay, so we've got a lot of updates, Keddy. Apparently, we're getting word that Keimer has blundered, and Hikaru is continuing to take over the game. Let's jump to Keimer's game first. Oh my goodness. And he didn't just, what? No way he just did that. No way he just did that. He blundered E4. Oh my God. He blundered the E4 pawn and the game is over. He literally forgot that pawn was hanging. No. Can you believe that? He had to play the move F3 to defend the E4 pawn. Oh my God. He goes rook H5 and he forgets about the pawn. It's not even only pawn. It's central pawn, which was guarding D5 pawn. And now rook comes to the check. And that's game over. I mean, the only threat is rook takes H7 and queen H3. Obviously, Levon is going to stop that. And the way he stops it is by playing queen F4 check, forcing the king to B1. And now a simple move such as F6 holds everything together because, well, it's not hard to establish that this is no longer checkmate due to queen H6. I don't think this was planned by Keimer. I'm about 90% sure that he just forgot
about the e4 pawn. Why did he forget? Because he had a minute on his clock. And who can blame him for blundering with no time left? If Aronian finds 2 or 3 accurate moves, he's going to win this game.
Yeah, and also taking in consideration how much effort Kamer already gave at this point to find out this only moves in some cases and these crazy moves, which we already hadn't talked about. He probably ran out of his energy, and he gave up the central, the key pawn of the position.
Yeah, Levon with plenty of time here. He's going to find rook takes d5 and queen f4. But let's don't breathe yet. Let's get to the Hikaru game, because Hikaru is extending and expanding his advantage against Alexander Grishuk, who is now completely on the ropes, and one could even say has a losing position against Nakamura, who is conducting the technical stage of the game with exquisite filigree precision. How did this all happen, Ketty? Well, Hikaru did end up going c4, and you called it. He gets his queen to c3 after f6. The move g5 is always available to white. It's not going anywhere. So Hikaru starts by going rook b3. I love that move. And here a big blunder by Grishuk. He goes rook b6, allowing g5. Not really a blunder per se. The problem is just that with the rook gone from the 8th rank, white now has the devastating bishop back to c1. The bishop redeploys to b2, and you're going to lose the f6 pawn. And once you do, I mean, black's position is going to be on the verge of collapse, and Hikaru immediately going bishop c1.
Oh, yeah,
immediately.
Yeah. He's really good in these positions, and he totally feels the character of the position, where his tactics and where is actually tactics when it's happening. So bishop b2, g takes f3 is the white's next move, and it looks like black can't really avoid that.
No, I mean, queen d8 is essentially forced. You can try to defend the pawn once. You're not going to defend it another time. And the one silver lining for Grishuk is that after a move like queen f8, white definitely shouldn't rush to take on f6. I mean, black's pawn is never moving from f6 because of the battery. So white should try to make some improvements first. If Hikaru rushes with this move, he gives up h6 with check, and that lets black into the game. So here's the thing. The game is not over. Hikaru has below 10 minutes himself. Precision is still required, but you know, he's very, very close to winning.
Yeah, it looks like black is running out from the moves, and white still has some ideas that can be played. And the game of Hare Krishna and Dominguez is getting really shaky. Let's get in there really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Dominguez should be winning this game, as Hare Krishna has just totally collapsed here. His only hope is Dominguez's time pressure, because Lenya are down below 5 minutes. After the trade on d8, he went knight to d3, and Kenny, here comes the queen again, queen b6. So he goes in the other direction, hitting both of these pawns at the same time. Knight c5, he says, thank you very much for the pawn, I'll take it. Queen f3 and bishop c2. What a move, intercepting the rook from the knight. And after rook e1, he's got many moves, but even the simple castles seems to do the trick. But he's gone b6, chasing the knight away from c5. And I think his point is that if knight takes a6 happens, it's possible that he wants to play knight takes e5.
Yeah, and the c3 knight is hanging there with an attack, and the rook is hanging.
Oh, the rook hangs,
on c1.
You have to play d takes e5. My apologies, but after rook takes c3, queen g4 castles, white's position looks essentially unsalvageable with this massive monster passer on d5. The knight on a6 is out of the game. I just don't see this happening for Hare Krishna.
I just calculated the moves of queen on my hands, and it was 7 times that.
Oh my goodness.
Like this, and it might not be the end. He might play more with this queen, but seems like, wow, what a position for black.
Yeah, something tells me that we will hear from this queen again. I don't think it's going to end the game on b2. Yeah,
I have the same thoughts. What else we can see still there? We have not reached 40 moves in most of the games, and here's the last moves. that we're receiving in time trouble.
Yeah, and we see over on the top right near the Wojciech Fedoseev game, which was concluded in a draw. We see report Oparin have followed the exact line that we thought they would, which is not a surprise because it was all forced. And now Oparin, what a turnaround. He is very much in the driver's seat. That is a huge game, Ketty, because if Richard fails to win, and it appears to be the case that he will, that creates major relief for the leaders of that section.
Yes. So still Fedoseev and Wojciech would fight for the top place, and only one set that goes to the next stage from this knockout system. Yeah, and I was looking at the game of Daniil Dubov and FIDE.
Yeah,
seems like Black trapped the bishop on h6, but this bishop is not really trapped there.
Well, yeah, it can't be attacked. That's the thing. It's and White could always play a move like h4 if worse comes to worse. I think, and by the way, Vidit with 30 seconds, he has 2 more moves to make before he makes time pressure. And I don't think these are the most difficult moves. I think he could just move his bishop back and forth. And, maybe Daniil is trying to go g4. Maybe White is still making an attempt to win this game. And also White has the plan of eventually bringing the king to the queen side, which is not something to sneeze at for Black.
Yeah, and for probably these reasons, Engine really likes White's position, and on a last second Vidit here made, if the time is correct, he made the move on 4th second.
Man.
Wow, what a nerve-wracking situation.
Extremely nerve-wracking. And Dubov, he's about to make his 40th move. He's got plenty of time. He's got 17 minutes. One of the only players today who is not in time pressure. And he's got a choice. I mean, he can either kind of pass the move with a move like King F2 and get to move 40, or he could play the very sharp move G4, which, yes, it does allow knight F4 check, but the point of G4 is to carve out these light squares for the bishop. And if you have a trade on G4, this is a very undesirable transformation for Black because H7 is hanging and Black's king side is now riddled with weaknesses. So, and of course, let's not forget about this passer. Now, objectively, draw. No question in my mind that Black should be able to hold, but we might still hear from Dubov as he makes some attempts.
Yeah. And the other games that we're having now, still 6 remaining games. We have not seen Bakro Esipanka so far, and we do have some updates there. And Bakro, I'm seeing that Bakro is having 2 minutes on the clock.
And he's having 2 minutes and he's losing the game. And if Yesipenko makes one more accurate decision, he will win. So F4 here in this endgame, all Andre has to do is he has to say, I'm taking that pawn. Why does he take it? In order to create a pawn majority on the other side of the board. And look at this pawn majority. Look at how much stronger it is than this A pawn. The A pawn is completely limited by Black's knight. It's not going past A5. On the other hand, Black has the straightforward plan of dropping the rook back to D8, moving it over to G8, and one way or another breaking through on the king side, either with G3 and then H3, or H3 and then G3. I just feel like White is not going to be able to keep Black's initiative contained. What doesn't help Etienne is that he also has 2 minutes to make the remaining 4 moves. Sorry, 4 moves.
Yes, and additionally, there is some tactic situation here. For instance, let's make some move like A5 here, like takes H4, A5, and Black can push G3 right away. And after taking, and if Rook's, that's also winning. But if Rook takes here, there's Rook D2 check, and knight E4 comes with a check, and it loses. Oh my goodness. God!
You can't stop the pawn in the end. Oh my lands! What a crazy line. Yeah, you can't stop the pawn. But that's a beautiful idea. And if White doesn't go A5, if you have just one more tempo, you can even stop the pawn with the king. Like imagine if White had just played A4, A5 here. King
we suggested the worst move there, Daniel. We suggested the worst move. Let's say A5.
Oh my lands, that's crazy. But I think after EF, GF, H4, it's likely that Bakro doesn't play A5 because A5 does create a weakness on A5. But the move Rook D8 also threatens rook a8. So your idea is very much pertinent. And guess what Andre does? He is not missing that opportunity. He takes and goes h4, and he didn't even spend that much time. This is incredibly, incredibly dangerous for Etienne, and I think he's objectively losing.
Yes, and here Spenko has enough time not to fall for this trap by himself after a5 if Etienne Bacrot plays, but instead he plays the most accurate move, rook d8, which you suggested, or it's to take, then push h3 there and have the pass pawn on the corner of the board. And that was a funny line.
That was a crazy line. And by the way, Vincent Keimer might resign in this position. He has lost his bishop on top of everything else. And I think this is going to be our next decisive result. Oh man, all of these games might end before the time pressure finishes. And Levon didn't play f6 in this position. He played rook d4, which is also a perfectly reasonable move, getting the rook to b4. And Vincent, out of desperation, he grabs b5. But after rook b4 and rook takes b5, I think he was hoping that there's going to be some sort of a follow-up here, but there isn't. Again, rook h7 and queen h3. No, that's not checkmate because of queen h6. Vincent just went rook e1. Aronian immediately responds with f6, and he has just resigned the game. That's it. The game is over. Queen d4 is coming up next, and black is just up a piece. Vincent resigns. What an amazing, amazing game by Levon.
Amazing game, really played beautifully from both sides, but an unfortunate blunder appeared from Vincent Keimer. It was too much pressure, low time on the clock, and this ended in this way.
Blundering e4, and that ends the game immediately. Levon, he has been in such amazing form, and yet another sparkling win. But we've got other games to follow in the time scramble. We've got Hikaru with 4 minutes against Sasha's 2.5. Let's get back to that game as Hikaru keeps poking and prodding and trying to make progress in a position where he's positionally dominating, but it's hard to figure out how to actually break through. And I think that is Grishuk's only hope. Grishuk's only hope is that Hikaru won't find a way to actually make progress. And again, you might be asking, wait a minute, why doesn't Hikaru just take on f6? Well, don't forget about the h pawn. You don't want to give away that all important pawn on h6. So I think Hikaru was trying to find a way to defend his h6 pawn and then potentially take on f6. But that's a lot harder to do than it looks, because you have to simultaneously pressure the f pawn and defend the h pawn, and there's just no easy way to do that.
Yeah, time is running. Still, black is playing its best moves and not allowing white to make any easy decisions here. Do you think white is going to get this queen on h file to guard the queen, for instance, like queen g3, targeting also d6 and then queen h4, or it will run up to f6 g5?
Yeah, I mean, if you put the queen specifically on h4, you might run into f6 g5. You could, or if you put it on f4, that's another one of the problems. But for Grishuk's almost in Zugzwang here. Like, what does black even do if he wants to pass the move? I guess bishop c8 maybe, but and maybe that's what Sasha should do. Maybe he just play bishop c8, bishop back to d7.
You know why he played Hikaru queen c3 to f3? Now he wants to take the rook on b6. If you take with a bishop, then bishop from b2 is open to take on f6. That's why he played this move. And in case if you take with a pawn, then this opens up a file, and maybe queen e3, queen a8 might be white's ideas to get on the back rank by the queen.
Absolutely. Imagine facing this with 30 seconds on the clock, and Grishuk has 40 seconds on the clock. He's deciding fundamentally, I think he's deciding whether to take on b3 or whether to keep the tension between the rooks. We are expecting a decision in the next couple of seconds. He's below 30 seconds on the clock. What is he going to do? Bishop c8, I think, to me, is the best practical chance. Just hold on and force Hikaru to prove it. Don't, shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, just wait. I think Grishuk is so experienced in this in these situations when he has no time, and
there it is. Bishop
create
c8.
some tense. So yeah, rook b6 is the move I would be really expecting here from white.
Yeah, I think Hikaru, he's likely to trade these rooks. Now, Grishuk has done a phenomenal job of dragging Hikaru down with him. I mean, Hikaru with 3.5 minutes, that's not exactly oodles of time for 7 moves to make. And, one approach that Hikaru could take is just also to bide his time, try to make it to move 40, and then take that extra 30 minutes to really hunker down and try to find a way forward. But that's not easy to do. I mean, White also has to make moves, right? White can't just pass.
White can do like bishop d1, bishop e2.
Yeah, that's true. White could. The engine, for some reason, likes to put the queen on e3, at least initially. And the point is, after bishop d7, now you take on b6, and apparently, okay, no, g takes f6, there's just bishop takes f6. But apparently, if White's king is on g3, now g takes f6, bishop f6. Oh, and the reason this is winning for White is because of the move queen c3. What would have happened if the White king was on g2? Well, there, Black had rook f2 check. That is the subtlety. The king is safe here. And the rook can't move because of checkmate on h8. But that is an impossible idea to find at all, let alone with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, all these variations we are having today in the games makes me feel dizzy.
Wow.
Really,
I know, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Too much.
More crazy transformations in the Hare Krishna Dominguez game. But I vote we stick to this game at least for a couple minutes, because this is our most acute time scramble.
Yeah, I love how Hikaru can find these only moves or engine moves when he has no time, and we have seen 2 games previous rounds that he was able to do it. So I agree with you. Let's stay in here.
Yeah, and this is move 34, White's 34th move.
So 7 more moves.
7 moves. Yeah, I had to count manually. I was not a math major. Okay, 1.5 minutes now for Mr. Nakamura. And he is deciding, Keddy, it's clear to me that he's trying to figure, do I need to take this rook on b6, or do I want to keep the tension?
No, just do like he's thinking that right now. You're so good at this.
Right, well, I mean, one possibility is to on b6. With that being said, it does help Black right pawn structure, so that would be logical. But I do just want to make move 40 here. If I make move 40, if I make move 40, then I'll I have this extra 3 minutes to think about it. But the question is how to make move 40. Right. So he's deciding on this approach. He's down below a minute. They're playing a bullet game. And queen e3. Oh my God, he played it. He played.
I knew he was able to do this move.
God.
I knew it.
But king g3 is the move, that real load-bearing move that he has to find, because queen e3 makes a lot of sense. It defends the h6 pawn. Will he see king g3 on the next move as a way to prepare g takes f6?
I don't know.
This is exciting.
I don't know if he found this queen e3. Maybe and why king g3? Why should do that? Because to avoid check on f2, right? That's the main reason.
The main reason is that once the F file opens, there's rook F2 check in certain positions, when the rook on F1 has sacrificed itself for the bishop. Now, Grishuk, he takes B3. Black can even take G5 here and then meet queen C3 with rook takes F1, and there's no checkmate. F takes G5 is a very serious idea here. Let's see if Grishuk plays it. I think he might. He did.
Yeah, he did.
Great practical chance. Oh my
so you say
goodness.
After queen c3 there is no checkmate, but can at least go White go for it, because you can pick up h7 pawn with a check.
Well, you have to. Queen c3 is going to happen on the board, and then rook takes f1. I'm not making the moves on the board just because I want us to follow the game, because we're going to see moves very, very quickly.
Queen c3 is on the board.
Rook takes f1 is absolutely forced, and the point is to open up the f7 square for the king. Hikaru is going to still give that check on h8 right now, and then he's going to pick up the h7 pawn with check, and then probably recapture the rook. But there's a problem there, Keddy, and we'll get to that once that position appears on the board. Oh my goodness.
Is there a chance like bishop takes rook is better to delay this check and to keep this threat there?
Right, and it could be a possibility, because if the queen disappears from c3, then there's bishop h3 check later on, distracting the king from the bishop. This is, by the way, White's 37th move. So 4 huge moves remaining for both sides. This is Hikaru's 37th move. He's got a minute on the clock, and this is a huge decision, Ketty. He's definitely thinking about bishop takes f1 because the queen on c3 is defending the h3 square. It's not allowing that tactic.
Yeah. And
nope, he's gone for queen h8. Okay.
Yeah, you know, sometimes and very often the games are reached to 40 moves, but then it gives huge advantage one side or even winning situation.
That's right. And here, this is the pivotal moment. Hikaru has to find the move queen takes g6 check. If he plays bishop takes f1, he loses the game. Bishop h3 check just wins for black because it gets the king out of g2. And now the queen starts running amok in white side of the board and just winning everything. This is white's 39th move. 2 more moves to be made. Can Hikaru find the critical move queen takes g6 check here?
Yes, yeah, he goes for it. He goes for it. But this is not easy to spot, right? Because you allow your opponent to play rook f7.
Yeah, you do. Played. And the point was that rook f7, there would be h7. The pawn is just unstoppable. You can't stop promotion. So Sasha getting his king up to e7. This is move 40. This is Hikaru's 40th move. He's going to take all of his time. And apparently queen takes g5 check is the best move. Oh my goodness.
And bishop takes f1 is still bad because of bishop h3,
yeah.
Is it?
And that's apparently a perpetual. So bishop f1 leads to a draw. What tempts me, I mean, queen takes g5 check allows the king to move aside and open up the attack on the queen.
But then can white play queen g7 check? Exactly.
And let's wait until Hikaru plays his 40th move, and then I'll show those lines.
All right.
What an insane time scramble. This is why we watch.
And yeah, the other games are also so crazy. I can see right now. But we are waiting for the last move here to be made. Seconds on the clock, 33 seconds. Wow, and the last move has to be to make here. Is there a queen g3 possible? Queen g7, sorry.
Yeah, so queen takes g5 has been played. And just really quickly, for those just joining, move 40 has been made. That means 30 minutes are added to the clocks of both players when they make their 40th move. So Grishuk, he's got 2 minutes. He needs to make one more move, and then 30 minutes will be added to his clock as well. And that move is going to be king d7. And Ketty, you, I think, called it. I think queen g7 check is a critical resource because in the event of a trade, white obviously promotes the pawn, right?
Yeah.
So you might say, well, what about rook f7? It looks like black keeps his extra rook. At the very minimum, white can trade queens and then promote his pawn and be better in the resulting bishop endgame. White's going to be up a pawn, but maybe black can hold a draw there. But it turns out that there's also bishop g4 check first. How does that help? Well, that leads to a mass trade. Nope, not that. Takes h7, and how do you evaluate this endgame? Is this a win or is this a draw? It's so close.
What a game, and what a critical situation
indeed
we had here, both sides.
And Hikaru, major props for putting together an incredibly precise sequence, having gotten himself into acute time pressure. So whatever the result of the game, but really both players deserve massive amounts of credit for the quality of the game, maintaining this quality in such a complex position. And rook f6 by Grishuk. And according to the engine, that's a huge blunder. According to the engine, that's a huge blunder because of h7. And oh my goodness, this is crazy. So black can go king d7 here, Ketty. And after queen g8, I think Grishuk fell in love with the check on f2. But guess what? White just drops the king back to g1. That's it. Goodbye. Like no more checks. Second queen is coming. That's it. Oh my goodness. And move 40, as so often happens, he came so close. And maybe he was still losing after king d7. But if Hikaru goes h7, and he will, he's got 30 minutes now. There's also bishop h3 check. King takes h3, queen h6 check. Also looks like it forces a queen trade and wins the pawn on h7. But no, it doesn't. Right? It's king g4. King g4. And that's it.
Amazing move.
You can't take the pawn because you lose both the rook and the bishop. And if you trade the bishops, white still has the h pawn, which promotes. So one of these things Grishuk missed for sure. And he's going to lose this game.
And what's really good for Hikaru, he just got half an hour on the clock. This time is enough to get out from the board. I'm sure he should get up from the board right now.
For their own health.
Just to, I don't know, go to the bathroom, get some fresh water, just get some fresh air as well, get some drink, and then come back after all, and just to look the position from different perspective, because now he has enough time to find all these final moves of this game.
Yeah, and Hikaru's going to take his time. You might ask, first of all, he hasn't flagged here. The clock will update after his next move. He's got 30 minutes. And you might say, well, why isn't he playing h7? Well, guess what? Hikaru knows the significance of this moment. And he knows that spending an extra 5 minutes is really the difference between life and death. So my guess is he's going to take 10, 15 minutes. He's going to verify it and triple check it. And then he's going to play h7 and win the game. I want to check quickly into the Bakro game because Etienne Bakro is about to lose.
Oh, with this, so we have this position out there? Yeah.
You called it, Teddy. You literally called it. And how did, so Andre, first he went king d7 to stop the pawn, and then he went g3 and did this whole thing. This is over. Rook takes d2, knight d4, knight g3, and the king easily stops the pawn. That's it.
That's smarter. That's smarter.
King c2 by Bakro, but these are the last gasps. g2, rook e1. And now the simplest way to win is to go knight d3, get this knight over to f4. And that's it. I mean, black is going to win a5, and it's only a matter of time before black gets the rook, let's say, to h1. I think Etienne will resign if Andre finds these moves, and they're over move 40, so he's got 30 minutes. No, it's over. That's going to be our next result. Get the game over. Red Rover, as Mr. Danny Range likes to say. All right, which other game shall we have a look at? Let's look at our bird's eye view to assess the damage.
What a round we have. You don't really expect this. You think they will go slowly now after a rest day, but no, they got too much of energy. They are spending now all this energy. I was looking at the game of Richard Rapport and Grigory Oparin, and they were making last moves before 40 on a second. And meanwhile, we saw the result. Just the game ended. Dubov, Daniil, and Vidit Gujarati end the game in a draw.
Yep. They have agreed to a draw as we sort of expected. Once move 30 had been made, I think Dubov realizing that his chances to win the game are minimal. Yeah, h4 is a cute way to force the draw. Gh4. I mean, you could even take on f4 and get a drawn bishop endgame. In any case, a draw is agreed in that game, and that means the time control has been made in all 4 of our remaining games. That gives us a chance to catch our breaths and refill our coffee cups. What an incredible round we are having. It's round 5 at the FIDE Grand Prix. So much is on the line today. Don't go anywhere because we've got post time control action coming your way on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. First, round 5. We have some games already done, and we do have first finalist in Group C, and this is Levon Aronian. He's now the not only the leader of the group, but is the winner of the group, as Vidit Gujarati and Daniil Dubov, as well as Vincent Kmart. Can't really catch him up.
Yeah,
Daniil.
what an incredible performance by Levon, who defeats Keimer with the black pieces on demand. And with Vidit drawing, as you said, he secures victory in Group C. I mean, obviously, that doesn't mean he's going to get scholars mated tomorrow, but the pressure is definitely off for him, at least for tomorrow. But in the other groups, we've got a lot of chess left to be played and spots to be decided, as Wesley currently holds a 1.5 point lead, but Lenier Dominguez is about 98% likely to defeat Hari Krishna with the black pieces and jump up to 3 points, Ketty, and challenge Wesley So tomorrow. And Yesipenko too with Hikaru, same thing.
Yes, let's once again take a look at the format. What kind of format do we have? And this is the first time that Grand Prix is a knockout system where we do have 3 Grand Prix legs. This is the first one in Berlin, and then we're going to have the second one and the third one again in the Berlin. We do have 16 players divided into 4 groups, and the winner of each group's gonna qualify to the next stage. And we are having already the second round where the players are playing against each other with different color. And this is the time when things are getting into the end, as we are having tomorrow the last round of knockout system.
Yeah, and I think essentially all of these games might be ending simultaneously, including the report Oparin game, which I think just featured a blunder by Richard. Now we see over on your top left side Hikaru and Grishuk following that line we outlined with Queen G8. Resignation is going to happen there, I think, any second. So that game's going to be decided. Over to the right of that, we have Andrei Yesipenko, who is thinking, but is going to play knight d3 and is going to defeat Etienne Bacro within a couple of moves as well. Let's go on over to the report Oparin game, who are in a double rook end game. Now in this position, Ketty, rook c7 was played, which the eval bar hates, absolutely hates. And the reason it hates it is because of rook e2 check, which poses an ultimatum to the white king, because after king d4, and I'm actually not convinced that the evaluation is correct. It looks like white loses a rook. It looks like, oh, rook bd2 check and then rook c2 check, and then, well, black wins the rook. But in fact, he doesn't. After king d3, whichever rook you take, white will take the other rook. So I'm actually not, I wouldn't be convinced this is actually +4 or whatever. This is still, white is still very much in the game. White has chances.
Yeah, white has chances, but what a beautiful and active rooks on this second rank, and these rooks can start to pick up some of white's pawns on this second rank, and then try to get the bring this situation on the third rank. For instance, to take their pawns on f2 g2. That's a good point that white can actually target g7 pawn, but rook g2 is right there to guard that. And then after, black can bring rook g3 and start to pick up the pawns on the third rank.
Yeah, I mean, all of white's pawns, every single one of them is quite weak. And rook e2 check, the point of that move, by the way, is to try to induce king f4. Then you take f2 with check. So that's kind of out of the question for white. So if Grigori plays rook e2 check, then we are going to see king d4. And yeah, I mean, I think this is sort of another 50-50 game where, you know, if Richard can properly coordinate his rooks and stay active, he's got pretty good drawing chances. Obviously not what he was hoping for out of that opening. Very, very puzzling moment in this game where he played that rook e1 to d1 move, and that caused all of his problems.
Yeah, there was one tricky move he played. And then it gave Oparin a chance to improve his position. And at some point, yeah, he had really good chances too. but they have changed all the pieces. And we do have here 2 rooks on the board, and this actually 4 rooks on the board, and 4 rooks can get really tricky sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's an underrated / underestimated source of complexity. Double rook endgames are, in my opinion, as you said, Katie, among the most difficult to figure out, just because of the abundance of tactical opportunity available to both pairs of rooks. I mean, attacks are possible, and then all these pawns are flying off the board. It's a complete mess. And even the engine struggles in these positions. That's not a coincidence. As I'd like to switch to the Bakro Yesipenko game, because it's been very impressively calculated by Andre. As Etienne trying his last chance, he goes rook a1. Andre said, I don't care. Push your pawn. I don't care about it. The reason he doesn't care about it is, at the very least, he's got king c6, a7, and rook back to d8 just in time. And if white promotes, then obviously black takes and then promotes his own queen. And with that being impossible, black now has time to drop the king back to b7 and essentially collect this pawn. And once black collects this pawn, he's going to be 2 pawns up, with the g2 pawn being completely safe, given the excellent placement of the knight on f4.
Yeah, seems like a pretty hopeless position here for a Bakro. And especially now they're without time trouble on the clock, Yesipenko will find 100% the way how to win and how to get a full point out of this position.
There's just one more thing I want to point out. There's another beautiful win. After a6, there's a move rook d3. Looks like madness. Why are we allowing a7? Well, the point is, after rook c3 check, the moment white's king hits the first rank, black can promote to a queen. So white has to stick on the second rank. But now after knight d3 check, you have one more square. Oh, rook c2 check, and black doesn't even need to promote. This is simply checkmate. So that's another way that Andre could finish this game. Not improbable. I think he might even see that.
This is my favorite end of the game.
That would be really cool. Indeed. Okay, so this one is going to end very, very shortly. Grishuk is thinking after queen g8, as we can return here to our bird's eye view. But he's going to resign either here or in a couple of moves. Katie, I just don't see even a single chance for him. It's plus a million.
It's unfortunate for him that the time trouble ended like 1 or 2 moves before. Like, imagine if Hikaru had to find this h7 move in the time trouble. It would be harder in queen g8. Grishuk really, really is not happy with that the time on the clock ended way too early for him and for Hikaru.
Yep. Yeah, no, it just didn't work out for him. And he put together a monumental defensive effort in a position which a lot of people would just sort of collapse within 5 moves, especially against Hikaru. He came legitimately close to drawing the game. I mean, if he didn't go rook f6, if he went for that endgame, I would say, I'd have to delve deeper to say whether white's winning chances would outweigh black's drawing chances. But without question, he came close, didn't work out. And kudos to Hikaru for keeping his foot on the gas pedal, finding several very powerful ideas in time pressure.
Yeah, true.
As Oparin, by the way, Oparin has grabbed the pawn on f2 straight away. And apparently, after rook takes f6, that gives report and just enough to secure the draw. So rook takes f6 here is the point, and he plays it immediately.
Yeah, because after all, white can play rook f7 to target g7, and then additionally f6 is there to win that pawn.
And also rook takes b7 can be played to simultaneously protect the b. I can still play rook takes b3. Maybe Oparin was aiming for something like this, but the very convenient move rook b6 makes the draw, because black simply cannot hold on to any of his pawns. I mean, black loses everything here, and okay, this is a very easy draw. So I wouldn't, the computer was giving +4 after rook e2 check. And then once you played the move, it was dropping back to 1.5 or so, which is a typical thing that happens in very complicated positions. Not a glitch or a mistake or a bug. It's just what happens because the computer needs to reach a higher depth to properly evaluate these positions. So I wouldn't necessarily hold it against Oparin for not playing rook e2 check. In any case, this game's going to end in a draw within a couple of minutes as well, I think. So we're all of the games are going to end very soon. It's kind of a weird situation.
All together, yeah. That's actually the first time that we might end the games so early, because we don't have this, last long game where nothing happens and they play for like half an hour. Which is a nightmare for the commentators.
Yeah, this. Well, in Tsatsalashvili, I experienced some of that because the very, very long time control. So you have sometimes just one game is left, and it's this like semi-boring end game, and it's everything. The great thing about chess is that you can find something to talk about, something interesting to talk about, almost everything, but not quite in everything.
Yeah.
And by the way, let's switch over to the Hare Krishna Dominguez game, where I think resignation is going to happen any second, really, because Lenier is up a pawn in the end game. It's a passed pawn, a protected pass. He's also threatening checkmate. And okay, Hare Krishna has to step aside with his king. And then I think Lenier is just going to start pushing his pawn. Rook takes, I think he's just going to push his pawn all the way to d1, giving up some of his own pawns along the way. But that's the typical way of converting these positions. You often want to decide the right moment to say, okay, I'm going to give up all of my pawns except the important one, and the knight on e3 is not going to be sustained. I mean, you're going to go knight d5 on the next move, and you're going to get this knight off of e3 and promote the pawn. So this is winning.
Yeah, quite strong pawn, and together with the help of the knight and the rook, this pawn seems to be not easy to stop.
Okay, king g1 has been played. This is essentially Hare Krishna's last chance, hoping that Lenier hesitates in some way and doesn't push his pawn, but I think he will. I mean, it's not too hard to calculate. He's got 20 minutes.
Yeah, the game of Etienne Bacro and Andrei Sipenko seems to be end. The results...
What?
No, it's an accurate result, I'm sure. And there was a resignation. And sometimes players like to talk a little bit and make some moves that they're not really fixing the kings in the center, which then digital boards gets really confused with that. And
yeah.
Draw?
Yeah, no, not a draw. Definitely. I've done that before, and I've gotten yelled at by the arbiter. So for those who are not too experienced with the way that results are indicated, what you have is a DGT board, and the kings have to be placed on certain squares where they make contact with each other in order to signal the result. And if you put the kings in opposition, e4, e5, or d4, d5, that signals a draw. It could have been a mistake by the players. It could have been, and when the players start analyzing, they often forget that the moves are being transmitted, and that often messes with the result. So I'm positive that Bacro resigned in this position. There's just no way that they agreed to a draw. None.
Yeah, but you just said that you have been shouted by the arbiter because of this.
Yeah, well, there was one time I think where I really messed up the DGT board because we were playing a bunch of moves, and then those moves got entered into the official game score, and those moves obviously weren't part of the official game score. So there was an arbiter who was none too pleased at my lack of. I just forgot about it because you want to analyze with your opponent, so you sometimes just forget that it's a DGT board.
Yeah.
It was innocuous. It was not.
Happens very often. I'm sure that happened here too. And the game between Hikaru and Gorishchuk has been ended.
Yep. Well, what did I say? All the games ending at the same time.
Yeah. That's what is really happening. I'm getting really confused which game was today's game, because we have seen so many incredible tactical, deep understanding games. This one, as well as Aronian Kmar, was brilliant one.
Yeah, it really was.
What a round.
Indeed. And by the way, d4 by Lenier played very, very quickly. Hare Krishna trying to use his rook to stop the pawn, but you can see that these are his dying breaths here, as he tries just a couple more desperation chances. But yeah, I think d3 is going to be played here. Maybe he wants to check on b7, but after king c6, it's similar to to what we discussed: rook f7, d2, knight e3, rook a1 check, and then at some point you go knight d5, and while the knight is distracted from e3, it can't remain there, and black promotes to queen. I think we're going to have a couple more moves here before the game ends. And Oparin report, yeah, they're following the kind of the line that we outlined. So rook takes b7 play. This is a dead draw at this point. So
yeah,
one way or the other, it's going to be a draw.
Too many pieces are just treated, and in the positions where we have 4 rooks on the board, the key factor is that the one side tries to create a mating net, and that's why it's so interesting. But here, all this both kings are just really safe.
Right. Yeah. Here, both kings have enough room. White's king, of course, is in the center, so it just can't be totally corralled. I think what Oparin is deciding here is essentially how to make a draw. I mean, one way to do it is to start by giving this check and then to play rook b takes b3. And ultimately, black could be up a pawn, but because white's king is so active, there's no way that the h pawn is going to be kept alive. For instance, h4, rook a4, and time to sign the peace accords. So no real point for Oparin to spend all of his time. He's probably going to take on b3 would be my guess.
Yeah, we're gonna have that end game coming, and in the other position we do have the pawn of Dominguez already on d3.
Oh, it is? Okay, let's see.
Yeah,
he's not waiting around. He ain't waiting around. He's gone d3. And I mean, some players, even super GMs are pretty divergent on at which point they resign. You do have relatively early resigners and relatively late resigners.
Yeah.
And I think some fans put too much of an emphasis on quote unquote ethical resignation. I think at the top, nobody disrespects anybody else. Like there's an understanding that that you know how to win positions. And if a player plays past the moment when you think he should resign, it's mostly because they think that there really is some chance or they've spotted some sort of a trick. It's not because they're maliciously trying to disrespect the opponent. That happens exceedingly rarely.
Yeah, I know. What we all chess players experience is how difficult it is to admit you lose your game. Like, because even in this position, white knows white is losing, but there is a chance that, I don't know, there will be some blunder, there will be some checkmate, there will be some fork, some mistake. But the moment you have to stop the clock, that's the final moment, and you know that there's zero chances whatsoever.
Yeah.
So it takes some time, some moves maybe to resign and get through all this, just process what really happened. Sometimes we're taking some time to just calm down and resign. It's nothing bad about it. But here we have a knockout system. It can be quite tough to admit your lose and then to actually do it and just do some action. So it's not because no one respects, the players don't respect each other. No, it's not going to happen for sure.
Yeah, that's very well explained. And I think what Hare Krishna is hoping for is rook a1 check in d2, because this would be a huge blunder actually because of this move rook b4 and the rook swinging over to d4 with a fork. All of a sudden, this is actually essentially a draw. Again, if black promotes, then obviously after knight takes c1, the knight on f4 is hanging. So, a couple more precise moves required from Mr. Dominguez.
Mm-hmm.
But we are going to take this opportunity and go on a short break, maybe our final break, depending on how the games go. We will be right back with the conclusion of round 5, the FIDE Grand Prix. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
It's game 6, it's day 6 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. What will the world champion do with his third chance with the white pieces?
He's not recalling. He's
studying.
He's studying.
I like that.
And that's important because Magnus caught him off guard. He's trying to figure out this position. And just because he didn't take the pawn and he didn't develop, doesn't mean that the rest of the game is easy for him.
Like, from the way he's acting, his body language and the fact that he was playing very rapidly and now he's stopping to think. It looks like knight c6 was a bit of a surprise, but I don't understand how it can be a surprise.
I don't know. The way he's played this game so far.
This really has been the most impressive game Jan has played.
Magnus moves the queen up. Game on, ladies and gentlemen. We have action in game 6, not bishop b4.
What did they have in mind? It was bishop b4 was such a natural move. I'm kind of puzzled.
Jan is trying to keep this confusing for Magnus with these moves. Wait, what just happened? Wait,
e4.
Knight f4. Oh, knight c5.
Oh, no, this could be trouble.
Jan is blowing this position here with no time now.
Well, like queen b4, it worked.
Look, knight e4. Because if you take the knight, you lose the bishop.
Magnus Carlsen has reached time control. Jan Nepomniachtchi has one more move to make or he loses on time.
Queen b3.
Oh my gosh.
Jan is defending this endgame.
Jan is defending this endgame incredibly well. I think that this is, frankly, if Jan holds this, it might be as telling in regards to what we'll be talking about in the World Championship as anything else, because this is the test. We have broken history here in the 2021 World Chess Championship because the move rook to d2 officially makes this game the longest game in World Chess Championship history.
Black has to be careful.
This is going to be so hard for Jan to hold because he's just going to keep pushing this.
I think that's just winning because you can no longer check that king anymore.
I expect Jan Nepomniachtchi to throw in the towel in this position.
That's the way it is. As I said, it shouldn't be easy in a World Championship match. You have to try for every chance, no matter how small it is.
Arena Kings Season 9 is underway and now starting earlier every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific. Stream and play for a piece of the $40,000 prize pool and earn points to qualify to participate in the championship at the end of the season. And we are watching, speaking of points to play the championship at the end of the season, this is the FIDE Grand Prix Round 5. They are playing for 2 all-important candidate spots. Ketty, we are watching the games wind down, only 2 remaining, and both of them are very likely to end in a matter of minutes.
That's right. In the game which we see below, Dominguez is about to queen. He got the pawn on d2 already, very close to the first rank, and we might see in few moves promoting this pawn as white really cannot stop doing that.
Well, the funny thing is there's one more complication that Lenier has to deal with. I think the correct move here is to go rook d4, actually. I think this is the key. Mm-hmm. And I'll show why in a second. Yeah, so if knight c3, there's amazingly, not rook b4, there's rook b3. And this is crazy, but if you go d1, then knight d1, and rook d3, and white picks off the knight. So one more pitfall to avoid for Dominguez. If he goes rook d4, I think Hare Krishna will try one last sally with the rook and maybe just rook takes f7. But now after rook d3, black threatens rook takes e3, forcing the knight back. And the winning line here is knight c3, but still knight b2. And the funny thing is if you promote prematurely, white's going to have drawing chances in a position like this. This is not over. So I love the fact that Hare Krishna is not resigning, and I think he's doing an amazing job at keeping his chances alive. Dominguez with 11 minutes on the clock. You got to be a little bit careful.
Yes, he has to be very careful. So that makes me feel like maybe Black has to take care of this king and play like king e7 or just step away from d-file. So then all these moves will be safer. Okay. Oh,
yeah, maybe king c6, but
So
now rook
focus.
d1, rook d4, knight f1, and guess what? Your pawn is lost. So, ooh,
not fun.
wait a minute. Dominguez still has a couple of moves left to play. And oh, there is one line. There was knight c3, rook b3, rook e4. And after rook takes c3, rook takes c3, the funny thing is that the engine was not giving as overwhelming of an advantage here as I thought it would be. Now, this is completely winning, though. This is completely winning for white. With 4-on-4, white has no chance to create a fortress. So I think this might be Lenier's path to the easiest path to victory.
Yeah.
So
It's white to me. Is it? Yeah, it's black to me. It's black to me when we suggest knight c3 steal. But after rook b3, rook e4.
yeah, I actually think this might be the cleanest. Rook e4. And then white could go rook back to b2. Again, this trick where if you promote, white takes and picks off the knight. But now rook d4. And finally, I feel like this is an easy win. Rook b3, d1 queen. Yeah, at the moment black wins a full knight for no pawns, I think it's going to be over. And that's exactly what
It's
Lenier
happening.
is doing. And Hare Krishna immediately resigns. You see what he did there? He waited for Lenier to find this, and then he said, you found it. That's it. You know,
Okay.
I tip my hat. What a win for Lenier. Amazing stuff.
Yes,
Amazing
which
stuff.
means that he's very closely following Wesley So, who is half a point ahead of Dominguez in Group D, and still the things are not crystal clear in that group.
Yeah, and it leaves us with only one game in today's round. Rook takes a6, and it's going to be a draw. Rook a6, rook g3. Aparan's still trying to get a position of pawn up. Now, it's funny, he's managed to do that. And the simplest, okay, so let's see what Richard is doing. He went rook e6 check. Rook takes a6. And yeah, this is a dead draw. I mean, rook g3
You
check.
just keep to give checks, and the moment king goes far away, you just have like f6 pawn, right?
Yeah, rook g3 check.
King f4, king,
So
yeah, king
there is
f4.
There is one thing, which is that if white does the whole checking thing, if he goes too far with it, then the king can escape through h6 and g5. So I think that the wisest pathway is to literally do nothing and just go, I don't know, rook b7.
But why don't white?
Right.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yep, that would be a sad way to lose the game. No, but now the rook comes back to a5. So wait a second.
Why don't we play king f4 there? Like to
why
to
go
take
back?
g5? Yeah. And now
And then
to
I
go
guess
check.
and then just
Check.
wait. Yeah, I think. Well, now I'll go rook h1. I'll go rook h1.
No.
I'll try to
Can
go
I
rook
give
f1.
a check again? Like instead, yeah, check,
Here,
check,
here.
and rook f7.
But then I think I have this check.
Um,
And then another
rook
check.
g4.
And then king comes up to g5.
Okay, that's not a position we should.
So
get
Richard-
here.
Richard did go king f2. So I think he is aiming for, and rook a7 check. I think he's aiming for, I actually think I know what he's doing. Or wait, do I know what he's doing? I'm not sure I know what he's doing. King g8 is going to happen. It's a draw in like 50 different ways, but the key
Yeah.
is to find the clear. Oh, I think the clearest draw is rook a1. Rook a1. I think that's the key move. Because if black's rook leaves the h file, then you go rook h1, you pick the pawn, right? And if black tries to approach the h6 square, then you give this rook g1 check, you're aiming for g6, and if king f7, then you can already stick your rook on g6, and then just, again, you park your rook on h6, and black cannot make any progress. So I think Richard going king g2, which is also a possibility. And I guess rook b3 is going to happen. You can also just give up the f5 pawn, by the way.
Yeah, still drawish.
This is still a draw. Yeah, rook takes f5, king h4, and white is simply way too active. But I don't see why white should do that.
Yeah, to drop second pawn, maybe it's not very necessary.
Yeah, no, definitely unnecessary. Rook b3. What is his idea, though? No, he wants to do that. I guess he's decided that after whatever, king h2, rook b5, up to h3, up to h4, black simply cannot do anything. Zero. And that's true. He's right. He's right. I mean, the problem is that the rook can't leave the fifth rank. If black pushes f5, you give up h5. And black's king has simply nowhere to go along this eighth rank. So I think this is what Richard was calculating when he was thinking like a couple of moves ago. Yeah, they're going down that line. They're hurtling down that line. And king h4 is going to happen. Aparin is going to probably just offer a draw. Rook g5 maybe the only attempt. But if black goes rook g7, then white can actually even trade rooks and take h5. Probably not the most accurate way to draw, but perfectly good enough.
It's a draw, yeah.
It's a dead draw, yeah. And Aparin's going to take a couple of seconds here, but ultimately there's nothing left to play for. Maybe one idea, king f8. Then rook e5. And then rook e7, I thought. Because the rook trade is losing. But rook b8 check is the simplest, and then king takes h5. This is a dead draw.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Aparin does here, but essentially.
Yeah, the moment rook covers this seventh rank, so the king, to bring the king, you can simply play rook b6, rook on the sixth rank, attack f6, and also h5 at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, even here you could go rook a6, and although technically white's king is cut off here, black's pawn is
short side.
Too far
it's
away.
the short side, yeah.
Right, and white can always just give a bunch of side checks to the king, and there's nothing black can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, Aparin is thinking, but there's not much to think about here. If the pawns are connected, it would be a win. Yeah, if the f6 pawn were to be on g6, then black would be able to drop the rook back to f7 and extricate the king. Yeah, Aparin is going for this king f8, rook e7 thing. But
yeah, this bishop and the rook pawns on both sides are so interesting endgames, and even if king is activated, white still can hold the position, as it's theoretically it's draw, practically it's not easy to make, but even that position is a draw. And imagine now king being cutted on the back rank. Here it gives less and less chances for black to win.
Yeah, I mean, Ford is for some reason taking a while on rook a7. But I'm fully expecting either that or rook c7. But not much left to play for. Yeah, they're definitely following rook c7, king f8, rook a7, rook e7, and then.
And what happens if white takes this rook? Can we show that?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a good idea. So basically, yeah, rook e7. If you take on e7, it may seem like a draw because it looks like white's king is returning back in time. But in reality, after king e6, king g4, black is the one who's in time. King e5, and the white king is essentially shouldered. King f3, king f5, and this at this point is straightforward theoretical win. So while Richard is thinking about his move, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure what's taking him that time, and he goes rook a7. There we go. Let's have a quick look at today's results, Ketty, while they're completing the game. And we had, of course, two very, very impressive wins, three very impressive wins. Hikaru defeating Grishuk, Sipenko defeating Bakro. Four, sorry, I keep underestimating the number of decisive games. Aronian Keimer and Dominguez beating Hari Krishna.
What a day we have here, and one of the days that we have a lot of wins, a lot of decisive wins. Usually we do have like 3 wins and 5 draws, but today is a day when we see a lot of 1 and 0s here. So yeah, nice round for us to see.
It was so exciting. I mean, there were so many time scrambles, and we will take a look at the next round of matchups. That will be tomorrow. Now, Aronian has already won his section, but here is the critical game. It's Yesipenko Nakamura. Isn't that an amazing finale? Because Andre is half a point behind Hikaru, and he's got the white pieces, and he will give everything he has. He will throw the kitchen sink at Hikaru Nakamura because he needs to win that game, and Hikaru obviously needs a draw to guarantee first place in his group.
I love these pairings that we're having in the last round in Group A. Also Group B is so interesting, as Wojtaszek and Fedosiev still keeping a chance to both of them to win the group, and Fedosiev has the toughest opponent, Richard Crawford, in that round, and pretty much is decided already in Group C, and Group D is still not so clear.
Yeah, it's really a toss-up, and Wesley, well, Hari Krishna lost. That was a really painful result, but for Lenier Dominguez, a win of the black pieces out of a position we thought nothing good could possibly come. Super impressive stuff today by Lenier.
Yeah, that's right. And here you have the last game of the round. He decided to bring this rook on the 4th rank,
which is also fine.
It's fine, but it's a bit too fancy.
Agreed. They just agreed to draw.
They agreed on a draw.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Rook h7 here, by the way, there's a nice little sequence. Rook b8 check, rook b7 check. And now the rook trade is good, even though technically, well, it doesn't matter who's got the opposition because the pawn is in front of the king, and that always means it's a draw. So good defense by Rapport to salvage that game, which at some point looked really precarious. And that means all of the games today are concluded. But don't go anywhere because we still have today's rapid recap coming up on the other side of this break. So give us just a couple of minutes. We'll be back with the wrap up of today's round at the FIDE Grand Prix. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Prix. All of the games have concluded, and now it is time for your round 5 rapid recap. And the game that we are showing today is a monumental battle between Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian, who at the time that this game was played was in first place in his group. Very, very important for him to play a good game. Let's have a look at what happened. And Ketty, this started off in a pretty tame fashion. This was a Rogozin, which generally is a pretty positional opening, but really quickly it got super sharp.
They got really sharp, as Levon Aronian suggested. Quite a new approach of this opening, and he decided at this point to capture c4 pawn, allow white to take this pawn by the bishop in one move. But now look at this, e5 next move. This allows also d5, but queen c5 attacks the bishop. And after knight e4, which was played in the game, here Aronian's idea was to take this knight on e4, and after queen takes e4 to take the bishop, knight e7 first, to play bishop f5 next move, and also to threaten bishop d2 check.
Yeah, and here it was possible that Vincent should have actually just castled, and after bishop f5, he has bishop takes b4, queen takes b4, and now queen takes e5, counterattacking the knight. This might have been the wiser approach. Instead, he grabs the pawn on e5, and as you indicated, Ketty, bishop f5 with tempo, queen drops back, and now after the bishop trade, the king is wide open out in the center. Levon pushes it all the way back to c1. Now the rook on a1 is cut off. White's pieces may look nice, but they're all kind of suspended in the center, and White's position is very, very uncomfortable. Levon dropping the queen back to c5, pinning the bishop. Vincent strikes at Levon's bishop with g4, and this, Ketty, really was the most amazing moment of the game. This next stretch of 3-4 moves was absolutely epic, and it really all started with this one.
Yeah, and here it comes, g5.
Boom.
The move, which is not even guarded by any of black's pieces, and in fact is a check after queen takes g5. But it was not working.
No, because of bishop g6, and it turns out the knight on e7 is protected. Black threatens the move b5, and there's nothing that white can do about it. b5 is a huge threat, together with f6 as well. So white's position falls apart here, but Vincent, he was not deterred, and he finds the counter strike, b4. And this is a lot better than the alternative queen d4, because after the trade and bishop b4, black wins the pawn back with interest. So b4 is actually brilliant. It distracts black's queen so that the queen can slide on over to d4. Levon going knight g6. That's another very nice tactical move. The point is that if you take the bishop, well, then black takes the knight. And at the end of the line, the bishop on c4 is going to hang. So Vincent drops the bishop back, check by Levon. And after king d2, really the next stage of the game, Ketty, where Levon mounts a big, furious assault on the queen side. It starts with the move c5. And even though the position might objectively be equal, practically it's really, really hard to play for white, as the game showed.
Yeah, it is really hard to have this game with the king in the center. And in fact, white had never had a chance to get this king in the safest place, thanks to the moves that Aronian is just making now, starting from g5 and c5. And now look at this, he kept the knight on e5. He once again sacrificed g5 pawn. He ignores that. He says, come take me, I'm fine with that. And I have very good position, in fact, winning position.
Yeah, he sacks the same pawn with check twice, first to the queen and then to the rook. And notice that he doesn't give this fork, not because he missed it, but because he thinks the knight is stronger than the rook. And he is right. In this position, the king is in a lot of danger. But if we go back after b5, rook g5, king h8, once black plays the move f6, this diagonal is shut off and the king is actually relatively safe. Now, it seems that Vincent missed the possibility to go rook g1, f6, rook g3, when in this incredibly sharp position, white is actually probably objectively better. But this is so hard to decide on when there's the incredibly scary looking move c4. So something in here Vincent missed, and at this point he was already in very severe time pressure. He starts by playing bishop d1. That's inaccurate, but not terrible. Queen drops back to a6. Vincent repositions the bishop on e2. That was his idea. Levon brings the rook into d8. Vincent defends. After queen a4, Vincent had a minute on the clock, and with a minute on the clock in such a difficult position, look at this king on d2. He should have played f3 to defend the e4 pawn, but Ketty, total collapse here from the young German grandmaster, as he makes a horrible but understandable blunder with rook h5, just forgetting about the e4 pawn.
He loses this central pawn, which on the other hand was guarding d5, important pawn, and now black takes not only e4 pawn but also d5 with a check, and white's king is in huge problem.
Yeah, and Vincent really only had one threat, which is rook takes h7 and then queen h3, but Levon very coolly preventing that, closing down the diagonal. Now if white tries the same thing, then the queen h6 just parries all of the threats. Black is up a rook, and with white's center completely collapsing after these two captures, there is nothing left to play for. Black is up a million pawns. White's position is all over the place, and Vincent maybe could have resisted for a couple more moves with king a1, but instead bishop takes b5, one last try, and Aronian picks up the bishop, realizing that his king is totally unassailable. And after rook e1 f6, the knight is fixed on e5. Queen d4 is next, forcing the queen trade, and Vincent saw no use in further resistance, which is totally reasonable. He resigned the game, and in 35 moves with the black pieces, Levon Aronian defeating the German youngster to guarantee victory in his group. What a performance by Levon. And this was your round 5 rapid recap. Ketty, an amazing display by Mr. Aronian today, and by several others who won their games, including Nakamura.
Yeah, I agree with that. What a day we had here. And also it was quite dramatic for many of the players who actually lost any chance to get qualified to the next stage. But we do have very interesting last round on the knockout system. Nakamura, Esipenko, we mentioned, look at them just having 3.5 and 3 points, half a point difference in the last round. This group is very interesting, as well as the group B, where Wojtaszek and Fedosiev are trying to get to only one spot.
They are, and Esipenko also lost to Nakamura in their first game, so he's going to have a chip on his shoulder, and he's going to have the white pieces. That's going to be a game to watch. Aronian is going to sleep peacefully tonight, as he's already cleaned up his group. And yeah, Wesley and Dominguez fighting tooth and nail for top spot in Group D. And of course, in Group B, as you said, Ketty, Wojtaszek, and Fedosiev in lockstep with 3 points as they draw their game today. Here we have an overview of the 3 legs of the Grand Prix. Berlin, Belgrade, Berlin, pretty easy to remember the cities. The second leg starts February 28th, but plenty of action remaining in the first leg. And we will have the next round for you at the same time tomorrow. An amazing day of action, Ketty. And tomorrow promises to be perhaps even more epic. Not sure if that's even possible.
I can't wait to see tomorrow's round, as it will be the last for the knockout system, and we're gonna know only 4 players going to the next stage. And the thing's gonna get so complicated, but also very close to know who is going to win the most of the Grand Prix points, and also 24,000 euros.
That is a very tidy sum indeed. Everything will be revealed tomorrow, but for now, it's time for the players to rest for the all-important big day. Ketty, this was an absolute pleasure to commentate. I'm so excited to be a part of this, and these hours went by so quickly. So I'd like to thank you, and of course everybody in the chat, and as always, Bick, the producer, for another flawless broadcast. Ketty, thank you. This was fantastic.
Likewise, it was absolutely fantastic to commentate with you for the first time, but we do have a lot of days coming up and a lot of excitement. So thank you very much, Dania. Thank you to our thanks to our chat on YouTube and Twitch. And you guys, we're coming back tomorrow, same time, same place. So we're looking forward to it.
Goodbye.